And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You can be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I appreciate you all very much. Coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. Alright, so the Wolfenbarger trial continues, and there is some more hurricane updates to talk about as well. And have some interesting things to talk about tonight. And here we go. We're going to go to the other window right here. All right, hello everybody. It is me, Alien Spaceship. I hope everybody has been having a good evening, a good day. We are now at Tuesday. So what I have been observing is these two different trials, which is the Wolfenbarger and the Dolphin trial, because the young Dolph was a rapper. That there's another trial about him that's going on, so that is the one that we are watching. You know, me and the other viewers that watch trials and I are watching. Now, as I said with Wolfenbarger, it is quite clear that people are not entirely certain if the defendant is guilty or not. You know, it seems to be not as black and white. Some people think it is, some people think it isn't. It was from a long time ago, so we'll see how the verdicts, stuff about that, how it all goes. Although there's no verdict yet, the trial is still going on. Interesting testimonies today from the detective, and also the mother did some more, and a lot of people thought it was quite, disturbing, and it is, I do think it is disturbing, as the other one said. I do agree with that, and it will be interesting to see how the rest of it goes. In the Dolph trial, I think that it has been, not everyone is into the Dolph trial, but I watch all of them, and I think it's interesting. The chat's very funny, and the audio over in that trial is not really the best that it could be in that trial, and I think that sometimes will happen. So in courtrooms, they're not completely optimized for broadcasting on the internet because they were created at different time periods. So maybe as time goes on, you'll have people that will improve the system, but a lot of times when trials are being watched, the audio is not going to be completely right with the courtrooms because they will be too low a lot of times. Now, not all of them are like that. Some of them are optimized for it, but it is quite difficult to see. Sometimes it can be quite difficult to hear what they're saying. So it's good to, get the upgrade the, like, I like to upgrade my ear to the bigger ear to hear what's going on sometimes. Oh, hello, Michael. It's great to see you, buddy. It was nice seeing you today over at the trial chat. And today, we are, so what we've been doing also, besides the other things we've been usually doing, is we've been reacting to the Depp trial. It's always been funny to do with the chat, I guess, the stream progresses. And so going over to this other area, we're going to over here. Let's see. Now, with the hurricane, there are two. Hurricane Aaron is going out into the ocean. It's not going to make landfall anywhere, but it certainly will impact the coastlines of the East Coast. Now, there are two different places of interest regarding the hurricanes. There's more coming off the coast of Africa, the west coast, and it's heading towards not like towards the west. It may be going into the Caribbean or something at some point. So we will see how that goes if anything comes to the Gulf Coast or the East Coast or goes out in the ocean, we still do not know at this moment how it will go exactly. So, still waiting on that. All right. So, going to the Michael, do you have, as I believe I've been seeing you in chat over at the Wolfenbarger trial, do you have any thoughts about it? Do you think the defendant is guilty or innocent? If you have any opinions about it, I'd be interested to know your thoughts on that. Okay, let's see here. All right, so reading some information right here about it. All right, going to switch over so y'all can see what I'm seeing. All right. A man accused of deleting his wife. All right, Michael says prosecution hasn't put forward any evidence of any kind. Hard to convict on that. Understood, Michael. That's what Moki said. Also. And you need to have, like, as Capri Law told me a couple years ago, like in the trials, you have to have the burden of proof. Like, it has to be. So basically, you have to have proof that the person did it without a reasonable doubt to convince a jury that the person did it. Right. And the Miss Hilton, she's one of the prosecutors, and I am not a big fan of her because of the YSL trial, and it's kind of crazy that it's in the same county as that happened. I'm not saying that I don't think that which many people think that Young Thug and his group were not really guilty of these accusations against them. Even if they were or they weren't, hypothetically, the state is like showing a picture of people hanging out, and this is a sign that people were doing racketeering. And then they're starting to use the RICO thing for everything. Like if a group of people are hanging out, it was another trial with that kid, the Preppy murder trial. They're trying to use RICO for that, but RICO was something used for the mafia, the mob. It wasn't something intended for necessarily for these other situations, but yeah, so yeah, I'm not a big fan of Hilton, but yeah, I definitely think that it needs to be there to show evidence. And we were talking yesterday, last night about this and how you need to have a situation where the burden of proof has to be present. You have to have another thing in place that we're talking about yesterday. So getting to what we were talking about was the father was a serial deleter, so a serial killer, but he was like an assassin. That's what her father was, and the mother helped with the bodies. We had a theory that it could have been a revenge killing, possibly, in our opinion. Now, we don't really know if that is true or not. That's a theory that we had, that somebody wanted revenge. That would make sense, because it's kind of weird to have like both those things happen at the same time. Yeah. So, and Michael says, Moki is my neighbor, kind of. Right. Michael says, Simon tries to get away with a lot of shady moves. Probably learned them from... not Simon. Simone, rather. I read that wrong. Tries to get away with a lot of shady moves. Probably learned that from Miss Love. Oh, I think that she learned a lot of tricks from Miss Love. And I think it is really... she did the closing argument in the YSL trial. She was screaming at the jury at the top of her lungs and getting enraging. And I think that it is extremely... I was like, the jury, she lost the jury. And she was just like an angry and yelling and getting sassy. and it's like scolding them like they did something wrong in school, like they're in trouble. And that's just not how like a prosecutor or anybody's supposed to do a closing. It's just they do not have demure to them. They don't have like a way of presenting yourself properly in a court. And yeah, I definitely think she learned a lot of the tricks from Miss Love, certainly. And Fannie Willis, not a big fan of her, very corrupted. Like, I think the YSL trial was a perfect example of corruption within some parts of the court system in some places, because that was another thing. It was also like a political thing where it just was showing the corruption. It was great to see all different people come together. That's what I always will say I love about the trials. Everyone just comes together of different walks of life for a united cause. So that is something that is true. And yeah, I will always be suspicious of Fulton County, in my opinion, unless it had a drastic change in Hilton. And I'm watching a trial and observing it to see, my opinions may change over time, but yeah, you do need to have the evidence to convict, definitely. It doesn't mean someone's innocent, because sometimes people don't have to have evidence to convict somebody. Sometimes the evidence isn't always there when they did it. But yeah, I do think that the track record of Fulton County is not good. All right. A man accused of killing his wife and dismembering her body is standing trial for 26 years after her murder. And a lot of murders are being revealed now because of DNA evidence and DNA testing. This is something that is quite true. Now, with the modern technology in the modern era, for them to take this long is quite, sometimes it will take this long, sometimes it doesn't, but they feel that they have enough evidence because of DNA, but it doesn't really seem like it when the trial plays its role and is out there. Now, Christopher Wolfenbarger is facing murder charges in connection with the death of his 21-year-old wife, Melissa Wolfenbarger. Melissa's dismemberment remains were found in the black trash bag tossed on the side of the road in 99, although they wouldn't be identified as hers until 03. Christopher was arrested in September 24. Police said he was taken into custody at his home in Griffin while hiding behind a dryer. Scared. Atlanta police did not disclose many details or say what the motive was, but they said that they believe it was related to domestic violence. Several witnesses, including family members, investigators involved with the case, have testified, with more arguments expected this week as it continues. And yeah, we had some detectives on the stand today, and the mother was back on the stand. It was quite shocking, a lot of things. Yes. All right, now going to talk about day 3, which was yesterday. Norma Patton continued her direct testimony from Friday. Married to Carl for 56 years, he died deleted in prison last year, stayed married post-conviction, raised daughters in various locations in Georgia, rarely visited Atlanta, talked to Melissa monthly, found out she was pregnant during a courthouse visit, never saw her again, participated in podcasts to bring attention to Melissa's case, planned to focus exclusively on the program but withdrew. Norma and Carl actively sought police help for Melissa when she went missing. Concerns noticed something was wrong when Melissa didn't visit on Christmas '98. Later found her house empty. Relationship with Chris. Despite Chris claimed to see meanness in his eyes, actively tried to keep Melissa away from him and prevented their dating. Custody issues. Melissa gave temporary custody to her children to Chris's parents. Norma later took her to court to regain custody. Serious crimes. Carl's confessions of multiple murders. Norma admitted to helping him dispose of some bodies. Criminal mindset. Carl staged murders as accidents, committed murders, for instance, for money. Norma expressed love, loyalty towards him despite his actions. Witness immunity. Norma received immunity for her testimony against Carl and got a year of probation. Family dynamics. Comments on alleged abuse and custody decisions made concerning Melissa's children. On cross, the defense questioned Norma about inconsistencies in the timeline of inquiries into Melissa's whereabouts. Asked about her efforts to check on Melissa and her participation of Chris's character, challenged about her memories against past violence, interviews, and her participation in podcasts. Carl's victims are family and friends. Yes, and it is very sick that he did those things. Thank you for clarifying. Thomas Michael Dixon worked at Waffle House with Melissa, testified that he became intimate with Melissa in late 98, says he didn't know she was married, noted physical signs of abuse on Melissa on cross. The defense poked into Dixon's personal history and past criminal activity, including bank robbery. Christina Garrett was raised by Chris's parents, believed that they were her biological parents for much of her childhood. Initially had no knowledge of her mother, Melissa, learned about Melissa through family stories and images, developed an interest in Melissa's case over time, reached out to the Patton family, described confusion around the relationship with Chris and their conversations about Melissa. Altone B. Calhoun, retired Atlanta police detective, detailed his 20 years as homicide detective focusing on cold cases, became involved with Melissa's case upon identification of her remains, noted inconsistencies in Chris' accounts regarding Melissa's status, investigating family dynamics, discussing challenges in finding matching DNA and physical evidence, emphasized thoroughness investigation despite lacking some materials on cross. He was grilled about delays in the case, identifying remains, and he retributed defense claims regarding evidence collection. Yeah, that was from day 2, and today there was the mother and some investigators and some detectives. Okay, and this is the situation with the Wolfenbarger trial, and we are going to see as the trial persists how it goes. And more interesting, I'm very interested in this trial, and we'll see the rest of it as it plays out. Okay, so going to the hurricane situation that is occurring. All right, Hurricane Aaron's wake may guide path for another tropical system. Behind Hurricane Aaron. Oh, thank you, Bob. Thank you, Bob. I appreciate the support. I'm doing fine. We're reviewing some trials that we're watching and talking about some weather and things like that. It's always good to see you, buddy. Michael says, I can see the judge doing a direct verdict at this point. A, dir- a directed verdict at this point. Yeah, Michael, I have seen that. Quite a few people think that. I saw in the chat that's what some thought. And yeah, just situations like this with the cold cases, a lot of times, not all the time, they are found to be excused. You know, that they're usually thrown out. But sometimes, not always, especially if there's a lot of evidence to prove that something is in their direction or not. So yeah, it's very possible, Michael. A lot of times at trials, it can be very unpredictable about what can happen and what may not happen, and it certainly is a possibility. Behind Hurricane Aaron, another tropical system appears increasingly likely to develop if it develops. It will likely be named Ferdinand. This system, which is currently located near the Leeward Islands, could form into a tropical depression toward the end of this week or this weekend. I'm going to move myself over here. All right, the Euro model keeps weak and curves it out to seas in Aaron's wake. GFS model originally showed a threat to the U.S. mainland by next week. So we see it is, expanding the image. There's two places of interest, and Aaron is already going to be on its way out into the ocean. And then there's two other systems that look like they may be going to go up north to northwest. We got to write that. Yeah. And it's going to be heading over. Maybe it'll hit land, but it looks like it's going to go out into the sea. Oh, absolutely, Bob. Yeah, definitely. Yes. Hurricanes can be definitely like the Armageddon. That's basically what hurricanes could be like. The bottom line is there is confidence that a system will form, but its exact track will not be clear until Aaron exits the region. We're curiously optimistic about Aaron's just offshore track, but its size and strength mean impacts will still be felt, especially for the Carolinas. Now it is not the time to panic or cancel plans, but it's time to stay updated frequently. I'll also add, don't be scared, be prepared. Oh yeah, yeah, those were some serious hurricanes. My 20 years ago this year, this is when a hurricane, when a hurricane flooded my city this year, 20 years ago, in a couple of days, like in a week from now. Technically, 8 days. It'll be 20 years ago it got flooded. I'm scared. We're cautiously optimistic about Aaron's just offshore track, but its size and strength mean impacts will still be felt, especially for the Carolinas. Now is not the time to panic or cancel plans, but it's time to stay updated frequently and be prepared. I want to add to that as well. Bob said nature is a 40 megaton a megaton bomb. Yeah, absolutely. As of 2 p.m. Tuesday, the National Hurricane Center said there is another tropical wave that has low chance development. The wave, located about 100 miles south of Cabo Verde Islands toward the end of this week, the system could encounter a less favorable environment, which will limit its chances for development. Michael says what's crazy about Aaron, both Aaron and the next system, is that there must be a high pressure system sitting north of South America and not moving. This is what's causing them to move away north early. Oh, okay, Michael. That makes sense. That makes sense. That must be the reason why it's doing that. I was wondering. Let's see. Let's see. South. Yeah, and a lot of times you'll have different highs and lows, and the slightest things. The slightest things with a hurricane can tilt it to go in a direction where it will move. Like, hurricanes are very powerful, but they can also be very sensitive too, because a hurricane can move away like by a little wind shear, slight wind shear, a slight air pressure is very the hurricane's very fragile. It'll cause it to go into a different direction because hurricanes can be very fragile, yet they're very strong. Hello, G. It is great to see you. She says, "Hi, my sea of stars, alien spaceship, my bismuth crystal, my and to my most rare precious ruby, the which when it's seen and discovered in caves is a whole sea inside the cave of rubies everywhere when they're discovered. So also the ring of gold and the enchanted forest. That's what you are as well. So shout out to you, G. I'm glad that you're here." Bob says, "But they cry, they do a cry fest, and there really are if you go into one." Yes. And Bob said, "I can do hurricane just so they don't turn into earthquake machines." Oh yeah, absolutely. You want me to look up something, G? If you could do it. Okay, G. Thank you. And Bob says, "I posted a pic of a hurricane damage on Twitter today." Oh, that's cool. I like to see that. Definitely. And you definitely could share it with us if you'd like to. Yeah, so the hurricane's twisting is going out to the sea. Now, also, what we talked about was, oh, hello, Beans. It's great to see you. Welcome to the stream. Okay, G says, "Only when you are out of content. I think what I have in mind might be interesting for a good half hour. Okay, I'll let you know when we are ready for that. Okay. Michael says, after your last big hurricane, I went to our blood center in Baton Rouge for 8 days to help them out. I sent one of my staff there in previous week. Okay, so G says, where is Aaron supposedly coming? Not by me, I hope. G, the Hurricane Aaron is not going anywhere near you. All it's going to do is going to cause the coastline and the shore, like, people can't go into the beach. They can't go to the beach and stuff like that on the East Coast because of the storms, the floodwaters and stuff that would make the beach not the right place to go, but it's not going to be going by you. It's just going to cause some waves. Bean says, I think it's going to get coastal North Carolina. Oh, okay. Thanks, Bob. I'll show chat. Our resident Erin, wait till she gets here. I can't wait to summon her here. She's causing all sorts of upheaval again. Yes. Alright. This is what Bob wants to show chat. Okay. Alright, Bob, I'll show the chat. I'll show the chat. I'm not muted. I'm not muted. I will show the chat what you are sending to us. Okay, thank you, Beans. Alright, so the other day, so there's an echo. The reason why there's an echo, I was doing some things with the sound on the app thing, with the microphone, because people are saying they couldn't hear me before yesterday. So I was trying to, get it so it could sound louder. And I do appreciate y'all's feedback about the microphone because I want to, see how it sounds. So yes, so they're saying there's an echo. Yes, so there might be an echo because I may have to adjust something with the sound because yesterday people couldn't hear me. So that is why. Okay, so G said, "Cannot hear me." Okay. Now, can anyone else not hear me? Just curious. All right, so understood about the echoing. Thank you all for the feedback about that. I'll stop it. Okay, so yeah, just anyone else, let me know if I'm muted or can't hear me. All right, so this is Bob's post that he wanted to show us. Okay, so all right, so now this is what Bob showed. This is what Bob showed us. Wants to show us. So basically, okay, thank you, Beans. Okay. All right, so this is Bob, and this is the picture he wanted to show us to chat. And okay, so that is some of the damage that he saw. That's one of the damages that he saw. So this is what he wanted to show everybody. All right, so these are some hurricane damages. Okay. Bob said, we stuck our Humvee on a sand dune as we trucked a standard family to their home. All that was left is their home was a toilet. Oh, okay. Topsail Island, NYC. No, not NYC, but NC. Okay, thanks. I'm going to look up something here. Let's see. Okay, let's see. All right, does this sound better? All right, let's see. Yeah, see if that sounds better. Okay, and I'll get it fixed. I'll get the echoing fixed. I wanted to test it out to see how y'all would react to it. Okay, thanks, Beans. Thanks, Beans. All right, so going to Hurricane Aaron. This is some information about the beach with Hurricane Aaron. So to kind of explain what's going through the coastline. Still echoing. Okay, let's see. Let's see here. All right. Okay, so going here. Okay, so Hurricane Aaron update. Storm set to bring large waves and flooding to U.S. Hurricane Aaron is moving closer to the eastern seaboard, bringing dangerous rip currents to the flood risks that have prompted evacuation orders and state of emergency. Hurricane Aaron is moving closer to the eastern seaboard, bringing dangerous rip currents and flood risks that have promoted evacuation orders and state of emergency to in North Carolina counties. Hurricane Aaron was 6.15 miles southeast of Cape Hatteras in North Carolina as 5 p.m. Eastern Time. National Hurricane Center said on Tuesday it was moving northwest at 10 miles per hour, packing maximum sustained winds of 105 miles per hour. That's a big drop from Monday's figure of 140 miles per hour. But the large storm is expected to regain some strength and get even larger. Aaron isn't expected to make landfall in the U.S., but forecasters say it will push large waves of 100 to no waves of 15 to 20 feet or higher onto the shoreline along the storm surge. A tropical storm warning in effect for the Outer Banks from Bayfort Intel to Duck, where tropical storm conditions will begin late Wednesday, forecasters say. The Hurricane Center has also issued a storm surge warning along Outer Banks from Cape Lookout to Duck. National Hurricane Center Director Michael Brennan Tuesday that the warning means there's danger of a life-threatening inundation of 2 to 4 feet above ground level. As of Tuesday, everyone on Hatteras and Oracoke Islands and Outer Banks was under mandatory evacuation orders. Authorities want people to leave before sea water overtakes Highway 12 and the main connecting a long string of North Carolina communities by Tuesday afternoon. Water was beginning to flow onto parts of the road. Their County Emergency Management Director, Drew Parison, issued a blunt message to people in the area. I encourage all residents and visitors to heed evacuation order and take action to protect themselves and their properties and get to leave now. Once the water arrives, the National Weather Service office in Morehead City, NC, warns roads and cars in low-lying areas will likely be inundated for days. From Florida up Long Island, New York, there's a high risk of life-threatening surf and rip currents. To National Hurricane Center says anyone who wants to go to East Coast Beach this week, the agency adds, should consult a local national map of rip current risks. The latest forecasts have nudged Aaron's predicted track more toward the west, increasing the chance for impacts on land. And while the system's intensity has fallen since its wind zoomed up nearly 160 miles per hour, the Hurricane Center says the storm's massive size rather than its wind speed is what makes it a threat. Quote, we see some comments in the community, how come we're being impacted at the coast? The storm is well out to sea. Eric Heaton, the warning coordination meteorologist at National Weather Service office in Morehead City, said an update that it's correct with center of the storm, but keep in mind it's hundreds of miles across. Aaron is projecting tropical storm force winds up to 230 miles per hour. Oh, hello, Anna. Good to see you, Anna. Anna, how does my audio sound? I'm curious what you think. Aaron is projected tropical storm force winds up to 230 miles from the center, with hurricane force winds extending up to 80 miles. Because of storms unusual size, Hurricane Center cautions that even its own advisories like underestimate the risk of tropical storm force winds being felt on shore this week from North Carolina to southern New England. The reason for the center says that is that Aaron's massive wind field is considerably larger than the average compared to the wind field that his predictions based upon. Thank you, Anna. Okay. A whole forest of trees toppled at 80 feet up. Jolly Green Giant with a weed eater. LO. Hey, are giant real when they would grow at? Other than that, there is no water and hurricane. Drink water. Change your socks. Oh, I've geared it millions of times. Hello, Moki. Good to see you. All right. All right. Let's see. Checking right now the audio. Let's see. All right. So let's see. All right. Shout out to all of you. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's see right here. Okay. Let's see. See if that helps. All right. Let's see if that helps. All right. G said, I have been following the trial at all, working and hoping that you guys can share the highlight. No ended up getting Chinese. She says, I hope you have been well. It's been a few days and I haven't seen you. All right. Okay, so because of the storm's unusual size, the hurricane center cautions that even if its own advisories like underestimate the risk of tropical storm force winds being felt on shore this week from North Carolina to southern New England, the reason center says it's Aaron's massive wind field. It's considerably larger than average compared to the wind field participation's based upon. Yeah, so we have this hurricane, and let's see, and it's really going through and ripping up different things, and I'm checking some settings on the microphone, by the way, to make sure everything's right. And I thank you all for your patience with it, of course. Okay. here. Yep. So with the hurricane, I think that it's important to get people need to be not scared but prepared. Okay. All right. On the bandwidth, let's see. Bandwidth right there. Okay. So here, bandwidth. Oh, okay. Let's go. Okay, and then the middle 2520. Let's see. Okay, there. The low will be 0. Okay. Changing that. Alright. So I'll put. Okay, I was editing something in there. Alright, so yeah, shout out to everybody that is here. I appreciate everybody. And oh, hello, Doe. Good to see you. So to explain about the microphone situation, I was doing what I can to and get it to sound louder than it may have been before. Also move the microphone closer to me. Now I'm going to keep on tweaking it if there's still some issues, but I saw some settings that weren't right, so hopefully that would help. And reading through some of y'all's chats, Michael, it would be pretty hilarious if there went to that trial. The kid should get the DP, but not for our weak DA. I do hope that you're well. You have me checking the weather now, and Anna said, no, I managed to screw my phone up by pressing volume too hard, and the voice command thing came and drove me nuts, impossible to use. So let it die charged and gently touched. Thank you, Bob. All right. G said, tomorrow looks like rain, and Thursday depressing, cloudy, but weekend looks beautiful at this time at least. Okay. Hey Doe, sounds great. May I start? I may start streaming soon. Oh, I'll definitely watch that, Bob. That's pretty cool. Oh, scared. Bob, scared. Okay. Don't forget to hit the like button for our alien. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, probe that like button. Thank you. I live farther down Henderson to you. Okay. Okay. Why the storm size matters more than the wind speed. And while the wind speed often makes headlines, a hurricane size is often linked to damage and risk. The same size of the storm really is correlated with higher storm surge levels over the larger swaths of an area. And that tends to lead to much more dramatic impacts, says Matthew Jansen, a researcher, assistant professor, and engineer who studies the coastal hazards in the Stevens Institute of Technology in New Jersey. Parts of the Outer Banks, which extend for miles from the mainland, are exceptionally prone to being washed out across to Jansen. In some parts of that, the barrier islands, there may be thousands of feet wide of storm areas. So very few vulnerable to even moderately strong storm, he says. In this case, Aaron is expected to bring waves to the surface area that are as high as 15 to 20 feet or more. One positive in the forecast, Jansen says, in the U.S. coast will be spared directly hit because Aaron is distilled, which basically means that it's approaching along the side of the coast and direct at landfall. All right, so continuing. All right, thank you, Moki. Thank you. Also, I'll say that I appreciate everybody's feedback about the audio, whatever. I I appreciate the feedback about it because I'm trying to. If there's something not right, like getting what I can done to get it repaired. All right, all right, Moki. I'll go look that up. I'm gonna read what you sent me. Okay. In some parts of the barrier islands may be thousands of feet wide in some areas, so very vulnerable to even moderately strong storms, he says. In the case, Aaron is expected to bring waves to the surf area that are high as 15 to 20 feet or more. One positive in the forecast, and Jansen says that in the U.S. coast will be spared a direct hit because Aaron is distal and will basically means that is approaching along the side of the coast, not direct landfall. The storm will also largely be coastal phenomenon in the NWS. Henson, Hedden says that will in the communities farther inland except to face far less dire conditions. But he and Jansen both say that the storm's imposing waves will likely reshape, erode beaches, washing over the dunes, and pulling the sand down and the water to form or add sandbars. Aaron is the first hurricane in the Atlantic hurricane season, which began in June. Experts warn that we shouldn't read too much into the fairly slow start of the season. The leading consensus among most experts is that the effects of climate change on hurricane formation will be fewer hurricanes, but we will see more intense storms. Jansen says specifically more frequent major Category 3 storms. Aaron, in some ways, playwrights in the narrative. Oh, hello, Rita. Great to see you. Welcome. Hey, Alien, just wanted to pop in and give you a thumbs up. I can't hang out tonight, so hopefully next time, have a great night. Okay, thank you for the like and hanging out with us for a moment and telling us hello. I hope that you have a good evening. Thank you for coming. I want to check something, and then we're talking about this hurricane and this situation that's going on with that and some of the trial stuff also. All right, going here for a moment. Oh, okay. So I want to explain something. So I'm back. Yeah, the with the audio. So there's different like things in the app that you could put to. So what the point of what I was doing with the audio? It sounds different because I was doing what I can to make sure it was louder and more enhanced. Because I was just listening to like what I sound like, and yeah, it sounds different because I changed the audio a little bit, the sound a little bit more louder to the people that couldn't really hear me, and it was like a different filter setting. So that's why it sounds different. Okay, G, thanks. Okay. All right. Go here. All right. So I turned all the filters off. That's what I just did. I turned everything off. All right. And G says for a minute when you got closer before, I think it was on another tab. You sounded normal. Okay. Thank you, G. I turned off all the filters that were supposed to enhance the audio, but it seems like it y'all like it like this better. So I'll just turn like the audio filters off. Okay. All right. And just saw you here, just popping in to say hi and great night. Rita said, I'll see you tomorrow, hun. Have a great night. Okay, Rita. You have a great night too. Thank you for being here. All right, so the audio filters have been shut off. Oh, thank you, G. It was just that Miranda couldn't hear me. She said I was talking low. So I was doing what I could to try to make it as enhanced as possible. But what I did was that did improve things was I turned up the volume on my microphone. So right now the volume on the microphone is up. So it's the sound is higher than yesterday, but there's no filters right now. I just sound like how I always sounded. All the filters have been shut off. All right. So thank you for the feedback, chat. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate this very much. Okay. Durid says, I really enjoy and appreciate your channel, Alien. Oh, thank you, Durid, and welcome to the chat. I appreciate you very much. Too. Thank you for being here and viewing. I always like to have you in chat. And shout out to all of you. Appreciate y'all are very cool people. And Bob says, today I called the VA for PTSD group. They did nothing but punish and belittle or try to. Scared. Scared. Judge says 12:30 tomorrow so we can all sleep in. Ah, okay, Moki, awesome. All right, so I'm going to read the link that Moki sent me. Thank you, Michael, for the feedback. Trial set for teens in Vegas hit a hit and run crash that killed deleted retired police chief. A judge has scheduled trial for two teens accused of hitting and killing a retired police chief, then fleeing the scene. Shout to there's a Chicago cop that I knew. Shout out to him. Rest in peace. He was on some other show that I was on. This is a different person though, of course. But the retired police chief reminded me of that for a second. Prosecutors have accused Jesus Alia 19 of striking Andras Probst 66 with a stolen vehicle as Probst rode his bicycle near the Sentinel Parkway on August 14, 2023. We usually say August 14, 2023. Authorities have said Jizamar Keys, 17, filmed a video of two teams laughing and planning a hit probes to the retired police chief from Bell, California, police have said. At a Tuesday hearing, District Judge Joaquin Bleth said July for November 3 said that the date would be firm. Chief Deputy Public Defenders David Westbrook said that the trial would likely last about 3 weeks. I'm just excited to get it done. Probst's wife, Crystal Probst, said after the hearing, she said she plans to come to court for every day for the trial and wants the suspects to receive maximum penalty. Alia and Keys were indicted in 23 on charges of murder, attempted murder, and failing to stop at the scene of crash, battery, residential burglary, grand larceny and vehicle, and possession of stolen vehicles. The case stalled for months after Ayala was found incompetent on October. District Judge Christy Craig. All right. All right. So thank you, Moki, for sharing that link. And so I just read it. And Anna says, that's awful. I thought things were improving in the VA. And good because I don't need earphones tonight. So we have... It's good. Okay, and she said something about her guy was in Vietnam. Did I see that right? All right, anyway. My guy was on aircraft carrier in Nam. Oh, okay. My hubby Bob, military probably wouldn't take me as a teenage girl. Oh yeah, Nam, that Vietnam, yeah, that was. I'm thankful for her service, Anna. Thanks for his service. And Bob said the cops lord over you, and the VA got it. It's awful to get help. Bob, I'm so sorry that was your experience. Not all VA facilities are the same. Right now, there are training new employees because all of the changes doing during the administration. Oh, okay. So now, went to this. Now for G, I want to do a little review of the Wolfenbarger. I said this like in the beginning of the stream, but since she's here, I want to like a little review from the other day. A little review about it. This is from the other day. This is not from this day, but from the other day. Oh, from day 3. Now today there is interesting testimony regarding the the mother, and also some detectives were on the stand. It was a very some stuff was disturbing today. It is very interesting to watch. This is from day 18. This is from yesterday though. This other thing I'm about to read is from yesterday. Oh yeah, that's good, Anna. That's good that he didn't have any problems from it. Okay, G. Okay, understood. I appreciate that very much. And with a chat, if y'all have any, I'm going to read this for a moment, and then I'm going to get into some other things. And see, after I talk about this now, I will say that I want to see if the with the Depp trial video, if it looks fixed when we play it, if the audio's matching the mouth movements. We'll see if that was in sync, and also I want to see what G want me to talk about. That was something else. We'll view later. All right. So Nora Patton continued her direct testimony from Friday. Married to Carl for 56 years, he was deleted in prison last year. Stayed married post conviction. Raised daughters in various locations in Georgia. Rarely visited Atlanta. Talked to Melissa's monthly. Found out that she was pregnant during a courthouse visit. Participated in podcasts to bring attention to Melissa's case. Planned to focus on extensively on the program, but withdrew Norma and Carl activity. Saw police help from Melissa when she went missing. Concerns noticed something was wrong when Melissa didn't visit on Christmas '98. Later found her house empty. Oh, thank you, G. And I was wondering to myself if, when it was recorded originally, if the audio was out of sync originally, if it was like when it was recorded. So, because y'all, I seem to be matching my mouth. So I did increase it. I did see if I could. I did try to tweak it, and we'll see if it works. And if it doesn't, we'll see what we could do to eventually solve it. And it could have been when it was recorded, it was like that, or it was something on the audio's end, on my end, which I hopefully will see this time if it works better. G said, I am very concerned about the pediatrician who deleted her 4-year-old at the Airbnb. Hope she confesses. Yeah, I didn't even know about that. That is absolutely terrible. Yeah. G said, I was thinking the same thing. Maybe it was recorded that way. I totally agree because every other video is normal. You are always have been in sync. Okay, understood, G. Yeah, and Independent, for instance, or maybe every single person that filmed it, it was out of sync. It may have been like that everywhere, but we'll see if Independence is better. Their replay of it. But yeah, we'll absolutely. Relationship with Chris. Dislike Chris claimed to see meanness in his eyes and actively tried to keep Melissa away from him and prevented their dating. Custody issues. Melissa gave temporary custody of her children to Chris's parents, Norma, and later took her to court to regain custody. Serious crimes. Carl's confessions. Multiple murders. Norma admitted to helping him dispose of some bodies. Criminal mindset. Carl staged murders as accidents. Committed murders for insurance money. Norma expressed love and loyalty toward him despite his actions. She's from Oklahoma. What a weird situation. Definitely. Yes. Moki might be in and out of chat. She may not be here at the moment, but she's probably listening. Witness immunity. Norma received immunity for her testimony against Carl and got a year of probation. Family dynamics. Comments on alleged abuse and custody decisions made concerning Melissa's children. On cross, defense questioned Norma about the inconsistencies in the timeline of the inquiries into Melissa's whereabouts, asked about her efforts to check on Melissa and her perception of Chris's character, challenged about her memories against past police interviews and her participation in podcasts. Thomas Michael Dixon worked Waffle House with Melissa, testified that he became intimate with Melissa on late 1998 and says that he didn't know she was married. Noted physical signs of abuse on Melissa's on cross. The defense poked into Dixon's personal history and past criminal activities, including bank robbery. Christina Garrett, who was raised by Chris' parents, believed they were her biological parents much of her childhood. Initially had knowledge of her mother, Melissa learned about Melissa's through the family stories and images, developed an interest in Melissa's case. Over time, reached out to the Patton family, describes confusion around her relationship with Chris and their conversations with Melissa. Detailed his 20 years as homicide detective focusing on cold cases. Became involved with Melissa's case upon identification of her realms. Noted inconsistencies in Chris' accounts regarding Melissa's status. Invested family dynamics. Discussed challenges in finding matching DNA and physical evidence. Emphasized the thoroughness of investigations despite lacking some materials. Oh, you're welcome, Anna. You're welcome. That's very sweet. On cross, he was grilled about delays in case of the delays, identifying remains. He also rebutted defense claims regarding evidence collection. All right, so that is some updates about the trial. We think that it's, some people think that there's not enough evidence from the, what do you call, the state, and the state is very corrupted because, like, Miss Hilton, she was in the YSL trial in Fulton County. That was very messed up trial, in my opinion. That's what she was involved in, and she's in this one. So some people think that there's not enough evidence to convict him. Some people think that there is enough evidence. Other people think that it's a revenge thing. So it's pretty much a very diverse opinions about this. All right. Okay, so going here. Yes, yes, that's true. Miss Hilton is one of the state attorneys. Yes, and now recently the YSL trial. Okay, so Miss Hilton YSL. That's what they called her, Hilton. Simone Hilton. All right. And who is Simone Hilton? Simone Hilton serves as executive district attorney at Fulton County District Attorney's Office in relations of District Attorney Fannie Willis. Okay, Beans. Have a good evening. Thank you for hanging out with us for a little bit. G said, "Oh, that's one of the other day. It wasn't very good." Yeah, yeah. All right. So showing y'all something here. Oh, there's one of my videos that pops up, huh? That's interesting. Let's see. That's not it. Let's see. Why the Let's see. This is an example of the YSL trial. So Miss Hilton did the closing in that. All right, so this is the closing in YSL, some like parts of it, and she didn't do a good job at it. No. All right. Is that it? Not really. That's not what I want to play. Okay. See why the YSL trial. YSL crime. Okay. YSL. There we go. Scroll back to the beginning. Not the beginning. The months ago. Yeah. So basically, with Miss Hilton, she acts very stupid, and Miss Love, they both acted very dumb in that trial, and then it's like again, it's the same thing. A lot of the stupidness now because so not the clip I'm to find specifically. I I do not. I would have to look for it. Let's see here to kind of move on with the other things. Anyway, yeah. So basically, Miss Hilton was screaming at the. She was screaming at the jury and acting like a complete fool. She was completely turned the people off. In the entire trial, they're asking stupid questions, and it wasn't right. Now, with Woody in the YSL trial, he was very funny. He was very funny, and he was completely like dodging their questions. Okay. Okay. Now, going to kind of show you what I'm talking about here. Things to kind of sub to you all. All right. This is a scene from this trial where it was very, very silly. All right, so let's see if this is what I want to play or not.
Um, I don't know. My only concern was telling y'all.
By the way, this is Woody. He was in the YSL trial. He was very, he was basically a clown. And see if this one, this is him talking to Miss Hilton that he was like triggered at her.
That y'all were holding me in jail, so I can't really be specific with. I can't recall. You got to tell me what y'all was saying.
Okay. The only thing we talked about was the fact that you did not want to be in Fayette County Jail, and you wanted a court date so you can get out of jail. Is that fair?
No, we was in there for a long time.
Right. And we never discussed the facts of the case. Correct?
See, you talking. I think I'm more. I think I'm more talking to Miss Love, and you was just because I just remember you just kept standing there and you trying to act like somebody in the hood. So.
Was I just quiet and being myself?
No, you acting like somebody I grew up with.
The facts of that case when we met with you down at the Fayette County Jail.
I don't know. My only concern was telling y'all that y'all were holding me in jail, so I can't really be specific with. I can't recall. You got.
All right. Or let's see. Going to play this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. All right, Deputy Hudson, all of our...
This is Woody on the stand, by the way, and he's very funny. Kadada, she thinks that he's hilarious. Definitely hilarious. Okay. So we're going to move this window right here. This was the judge that was taken off the bench, Judge Glanville. And now we're going to go to the scenes with Woody when he's being questioned. Yes, he was taken off the bench because he was holding Brian Steele in contempt, and he was holding an ex parte meeting, and he got put in prison for like a little while. Then they brought him back out. So good to see you. Yeah.
Our jurors present? Okay, all right. Is Mr. Copeland back with us?
Yes.
Okay. Anything to take up before Mr. Copeland comes out? All right. Oh, yeah. What's my name? All right. We're back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Khalif Adams et al. In 22 SC 183572. Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Botts, and Mr. Shard, good afternoon. All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Mr. Pines, good afternoon. All right, Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein, good afternoon. Yes, all right, Mr. Huey and Mr. Matthews Sr., good afternoon. Continue with examination of our current witness. Mr. Copeland, you're still under oath, okay?
Good afternoon. All right. So yesterday we left off talking about your interview that you did on February 20th, 2000.
Hello, Miranda. Yeah, he was in the military. Like, he has good credentials to him, and yeah, he just was showing alleged bias, and he allegedly seems to have lost his temper. So yeah, very crooked. Yeah. Good to see you, Miranda. So this is Miss Hilton carrying out this. Oh, hello, Liberty. I'm telling everybody we're talking about like Fulton County, and because that has to do with the other trial, the Wolfenbarger trial, and this one is this an example about how Fulton County can act ridiculous. This is a trial, a rapper trial. For those that not everybody's interested in rapper trials, this is just a good example of state attorneys not acting right and a flawed system. So this is Woody. He was extremely hilarious, and everyone was laughing at him when he was confronting the different prosecutors. And we're going to give you an example of this. And now uh, we will continue the proceedings. Oh, hello, Liberty. Great to see you, my friend.
2015. Going back to the incident in which you, your girlfriend at the time, and your child was being shot at, do you remember seeing any of the individuals who shot at you?
I never saw no one that shot at me at that time.
Do you recall in that interview a period of time where the detective left the room and you were speaking with your girlfriend and you told her that you knew who shot at you?
I never saw nobody. I never saw who shot at me. If I saw who shot at me, I would never told the police who shot at me.
Do you recall in this same February 20th, 2021 interview that when the detective left the room, you said to your girlfriend, "This shit not gonna work. Sit right here and be a damn snitch, so I'm gonna keep going." Do you recall telling your girlfriend that?
I don't recall.
Okay. And then she responded, so, you're right, it'll be effect on the listener.
I'll rule the objection, sir. I'll rule, sir.
So what you're saying is, why you acting like you did? And she said, you should have just said, no, I thought you know all of them. And you said to her, I do know who it was. Do you recall telling her that?
I know that I knew the camera. I knew that I was being recorded, so I kind of knew what I was doing.
Okay. And then you said, I saw him. I did when he jumped out the car. I know exactly who I saw.
Nobody never got out of the car, so this clearly proved that I knew what I was doing.
Do you recall telling your girlfriend that?
I don't recall what I told her.
Okay. And this was when the detectives had left the room.
I don't recall if they left the room or if they stayed in.
I know this is hard to hear.
Yeah, Miranda, he had PTSD. Maybe he was just not right in the head. He may have been not right in the head. Only God knows if he's corrupted or not, but he definitely acted corrupted according to a certain point of view.
I don't recall if they left the room or if they stayed in.
Do you recall further in the interview when the detectives asked you whether or not any of the people who did this had ever been to your home, you instructed your girlfriend to tell the detectives who had recently been at the house?
I don't recall what I told them.
Do you recall the detective asking anybody you let come over to the house recently that normally ain't been by there? And then you told Deshaun, tell him who been there. Do you recall that?
If I brought anybody to my house, I'm 100% sure they know not to play with me.
Okay. Do you also remember when you and your girlfriend were in the room by yourself, you told your girlfriend it was Tay and them who did this to you?
I don't recall.
Was it Tay that shot at your vehicle?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you recall in that same interview being concerned about being labeled a snitch?
I don't care about what I'm being labeled as.
Let me ask you this. During this time when your home was when you were being shot at with your daughter and your then girlfriend, how many other family members' homes have been shot at that year?
Objection, causes speculation.
I'll sustain as to speculation. I will overrule as to hearsay from Mr. Steele.
To your knowledge, how many of your family members' homes have been shot up? Back in 2015, after Nut died.
Action relevance.
Overrule, sir.
I can't recall.
Hey Todd, good to see you. I was talking about the hurricanes and stuff earlier for everybody, and a couple of news things. We are watching some scenes from the YSL trial to give an example of the Fulton County prosecution that doesn't really do that well. Exactly, Miranda. Yeah, exactly. So what happened with Brian Steele, he was eavesdropping because in the judge's chambers, he was trying to go and in the judge's chambers, he was trying to the judge and the state and a witness were talking, and they're trying to allegedly convince threaten or coerce a witness to testify against Young Thug. And this is defiance against democracy and republic, the democratic republic of our country. And Brian Steele was standing up for this, that he knew about this somehow, and he was against it. So he made a stand about it, and they went and held him in contempt because Glanville wondered, how did he know this information? And he wouldn't tell him, and he said he'll hold him in contempt of court. And then he took off his jacket and his tie, and he went into the back. And he wanted to be locked up with his client. Now, the Supreme Court of Georgia let him go with some bail. But now, as I said, yes, he was knowing a sequestered conversation in the chambers. But still, it was you could say, hypothetically, allegedly, a prohibited action to try to get a witness to biasly go against a defendant and not give him a fair trial. That's very messed up, like they do in dictatorships. So that was the biggest problem. And I was saying, and all these attorneys across Georgia and this group of attorneys stood in solidarity, like with Brian Steele, and went outside the courthouse. There's all these, and then Ashley Merchant, who was also Trump's attorney, she went there that day and defended him. So that's why I say it's very wild. So you have Fani Willis and you have Ashley Merchant. You see, there's a political proxy. That's what this was, in my opinion. That's one of the reasons why I take keen interest. All right. Michael, I don't think he was eavesdropping. He was accusing. Judge Glanville is accusing him of eavesdropping. That was to make myself a little bit more clear. We don't really know exactly how. I don't know exactly how he got the information. He wasn't eavesdropping. The attorney that was in the room during the ex parte meeting told him what was going on. Steele would not say who the person was. Thank you, Michael, for clarifying. But Judge Glanville was accusing him of eavesdropping or getting somebody to tell him something, and he just wouldn't tell him who it was. Yeah, so that was the situation. Oh, okay. Liberty, understood. Shout out to Mary Toodles.
Do you know, okay, let me ask you this. Was your brother's home shot at?
No.
Okay. Was your girlfriend's mother's home shot at?
Yes.
Okay. Was your sister's home shot at?
Yes.
The moment I loved our
Was your grandmother's home shot at?
No.
Did you think you were being retaliated against?
Huh?
When all the shootings were happening at your family members' homes, did you think you were being retaliated against?
I didn't think.
Did you know?
Clearly.
Okay. Why were you being retaliated against?
Because people said I killed Nut.
And do you know who was doing the retaliation?
No.
Do you recall telling detective in the same February 20th interview that it was a whole gang after you?
Every time the investigator talked to me, I do not recall what I have told them.
So you don't recall telling them that it was a whole gang after you?
I would told them whatever I think that I need to tell them to convince them to stop watching me.
Was there a whole gang after you?
I don't know.
Was the entire IF gang after you?
I seen a few of them, so I can't say that.
Which were the ones that you saw?
I don't know.
Earlier, I asked you about whether you were concerned about being labeled a snitch. Do you recall telling Detective Copeland,
Detective who?
Detective Copeland, Detective Curry,
Now I'm a detective.
or was it? I made a mistake. Talking about Detective Mr. Copeland. I'm about to ask you a question. Do you recall telling the detective, I know if I tell you what's going on, they're going to be on records and all this here, and you're going to get him locked up, and he's going to get his discovery package. First thing they're going to do is send it to two places, to the street and to prison, and float it all around the city of Atlanta, and then all around prison. But my name's over that. I'm not going that way. No, I'm not going through none of that. Look, they shot at me, my girl, and my baby. Almost shot my face off as we're running. I'm not for sure, but I thought I heard one of the bullets hit the car seat or grazed the car seat.
Well, look at this dude's face. You see the attitude she has? Like, we were talking yesterday, G, about Amber Heard and her attitude. I feel that Miss Hilton has the same attitude, this type of attitude problem, in my opinion. Just, it's a bad conduct in the court, in my opinion.
Were you concerned about snitching in this interview?
I was concerned trying to get my story together, so I was trying to buy time.
Did you also tell in that same interview, I just know the trouble I'm putting myself in. Just know I don't want to have nothing. I don't want to have nothing, man. I can't go to no job. I can't do none of this shit. I know the street not going to be here forever. All things going on right now, just waiting on you niggas to catch up and kill me. Again, not wanting to snitch on who did this to you, your child, and your baby.
My only motive was, anytime the police questioned me, was try to figure out how could I get myself out of it. Anytime they asked me any questions, I was trying to, if I couldn't come up with no answer right then and there, I was trying to buy time to think of something to say.
When you met with Mr. Curry, weren't you going there as a victim of an aggravated assault?
Who?
When you went to go meet with the detective that's in that picture,
Okay.
weren't you going to talk with him about being a victim of a crime?
No, I was shooting back. So I thought they were going to try to lock me up for shooting back.
But during the course of that interview, were you made aware that they weren't planning on arresting you because you were protecting yourself?
When they said they would take me downtown, I put my hand behind my back and told him, you going to lock me up? Come on, get it out the way now.
And did they ever lock you up?
Because he wanted the gun. So he gave me 24 hours to get him the gun. When he let me go, I didn't come back with the gun. So they sent the SWAT team to my house to get me.
But when you went the first day, did they ever put handcuffs on you?
Because they wanted the gun.
Did they ever put handcuffs on you?
He hadn't answered the question.
Did they ever put handcuffs on you?
One of the officers pulled them out, and he told him we don't need that.
Okay, so they never put handcuffs on you?
Overruled, sir.
Did they ever put handcuffs on you?
I don't think so.
Okay. And when you left the interview, did you leave that interview without any handcuffs on you?
Yeah, I left. I went back to the streets.
So again, when you went in this interview, you were not in trouble.
I was.
Basis. Overruled, sir.
Were you arrested at all on February 20th when you went to go speak to the police about being shot at? Were you ever arrested that day when you went down to tell the police about what happened to you, your child, and your girlfriend?
They locked me up the next day.
I asked you, were you arrested that day?
No, they locked me up the next day.
Were you arrested that day?
Objection, Your Honor. Arguing that it's an asked and answer.
Overruled, sir.
Were you arrested that day?
No.
Did you want the police to go and find the people who actually killed Nut so that people would stop retaliating against you?
Yeah.
Hancock Whitney has just made me.
To lose.
Do you recall being asked by the detective, you knew one of them. I know you knew one of them. Your face tells the story. Now, out of all the ones, I mean, you might know the other ones, but I know you know one of them because the face tells the story. Because the face tells the story of somebody being close that you trusted. And your response was, it ain't that. The truth is, I wouldn't say that person because I'm not 100% sure, but I know only one person.
What's the base of your objection, sir?
Foundation, predicate.
Okay. All right. Foundation and predicate. I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead and rephrase, madam.
Did you know at least one of the individuals that were shooting at you back in February of 2015?
On my daughter's life, when that car pulled up on me, all I saw was a gun come out the window. They said, I never seen no one face. They was questioning me. They constantly kept telling me, you gonna let dudes shoot at you and your kids and this and that. And I'm telling them, and they won't believe me that I'm telling them, I didn't see nobody's face. I didn't see nobody's face. And then after a while, I got tired of them asking me, so I don't recall if I just went ahead and said, yeah, I seen Tay. I don't know how it came out, but in my heart, and still to this day in my heart, I do not believe Tay had anything to do with me getting shot at.
Okay. Do you recall telling your girlfriend when it was just the two of you, I did when he jumped out the car? I know exactly who I saw.
I don't, at that point, it was so much pressure on me. Yeah, my daughter crying, trying to take her to the hospital. Somebody pull up on me soon. I'm trying to figure out what made me have the gun to go to the hospital. It's all type of stuff going through my mind. I don't know. Too much going on. Yeah, I can't, because she keep asking me these questions and...
Mr. Copeland, just take a breath, okay? We do need to take down your testimony, so you do need to speak a little slower, all right? Okay?
All right.
Are you? Can we continue?
I don't got anything else to say.
About which part? Regarding the gun that you used to shoot back at these individuals, who were you going to give? Which police officer were you going to give the gun to?
Huh?
Which police officer were you going to give the gun to?
Neither.
Okay. Who did you tell them you were going to give the gun to?
Whichever one they were asking for it.
Do you recall them telling you needed to give the gun to Gaither?
I don't recall. I know they said they want that gun as part of the investigation. I knew it was a trick. I told him if he let me go, I go get it and bring it back. He went for it.
And why didn't you get the gun?
Huh?
Why didn't you go and give them the gun?
You know, it helped him lock me up.
At any point in time, did you ever get arrested for shooting back at those individuals?
Thank God.
I found myself where I knew.
All right, and so basically, in this situation, we have. I'll explain about Woody. So Woody is not necessarily a hero here, and is not a hero here, and also he was known as a snitch. So that so when he was interrogated by the polices, as they like to say, what he would do is he told them everything about Young Thug. Now, it's up for debate on what people think. that he was making up stuff. He was claiming to make up things because he wanted to get out of prison. So he lied about Young Thug. Others could think that he was telling the truth and he wanted to get out of prison. But either way, he wanted to get out of prison. Woody's no hero here. Okay, he's not. He's kind of like a. Yeah, no, he's not a hero. I'm not saying like. So the point is that he is not like the hero of the story. He's kind of like a villain that was maybe redeemed, but he's still a kind of a situation where, let's say the word, he was kind of like a goofy character, but the reason why he's seen in a positive light is that he was very funny. He was, very funny to the different people in chat, and what he did was, that was a redeemable quality, was that he was trying to tell them that YSL was not a criminal organization, but it was just a rap group. And that when he betrayed them before, he was saying that he was wrong and he didn't really do those things. What Miss Hilton's trying to do is prove that he is involved in this crime stuff, and that YSL specifically is a criminal organization. That's what she's trying to prove, and trying to get every little piece of everything that happened in these things they're trying to say, to get him to steer the jury to see that Young Thug and his co-defendants were guilty. Now, what he's trying to do is that Young Thug was not involved in this criminal activity. He may have been involved in crime stuff, yeah, but not him or his group. That's what he's trying to prove here. The reason why he's like redeemable is because he's saying he lied and that they really didn't do it and he just wanted to get out of prison. Another thing is that it just shows if he's good or bad, is that Hilton is very unprofessional. She is getting snippy and emotional, and she's not really making a good argument to convict, in our opinion, YSL and Young Thug. And she's just going after little things that don't really mean anything, and she gets angry. She acts very ghetto, and she does not act right at all. She completely was... Yeah, most of this stuff took place 15 years ago, yeah. So that was like the whole point. And he's very funny. He says all kinds of... Well, it depends on your sense of humor. Think of it like a comedy movie. Like, this is like the rapper version of the Johnny Depp trial. But yeah, so Miss Hilton just shows a poor conduct. And like sometimes they'll show pictures. Just these random pictures. And they'll say that, oh, this picture means that people were doing gang activity and selling drugs and being like Al Capone and the mafia. But that just means people are in a picture. So, and he's getting annoyed by it. But yeah, so he wasn't like a hero in it. Like I'd say like Brian Steele was the hero in it. And he was like a villain that was like redeemable. But of course, he's still, to some, may not really like his attitude or stuff too much. That is true. It just depends on like what people see. Some people might think they're all villains. It just depends on like who you ask. But in this story, in this drama, that he, like, think of it like a play or a movie. He betrayed them. Then he's saying he was wrong and that all the stuff he said was not true. And then she just keeps going on and on. Then he gets irritated with her. And this is an example for everybody to see how Georgia and the Fulton County does not really do the best job at this prosecution stuff. There needs to be reform, and Fannie Willis, in my opinion, is very corrupted. And yeah, it just putting him in a spot and making him look like he did something he didn't. All right. Continuing. G says, oh, okay, thank you. Was YSL guilty or no? What was the result of the trial? I forgot. Anyone told me. Okay, so what happened with YSL was that Thug took a plea deal because he didn't want to be locked up in jail forever. I was confident in Brian Steele and Mr. Adams that they would be able to get him. It was clear that he didn't, in my opinion, do these things. Or if he did do these things, they were good at defending him. Now, what he did do, he took a plea deal. So he confessed that he did do these things. Now, he took a plea deal because he didn't want to be in prison and in jail anymore. And he came clean and said that he did things he wasn't supposed to do. And he took a plea deal, and he made a very heartwarming speech to the judge and to the everything. And it was a different judge. Her name is, we call her Paige. That's her first name, not her last name. And yet he confessed that he did these things, and he will not do those things anymore. And he was thankful for the judge for giving him another chance, because the other one didn't. So yeah, he took a plea deal, and he got out of it. Now Brian Steele is confident they were going to win the case, but he came clean, and he got off. And then the other two that were left, or there's actually 20 of them, but the two that were in question, when we're talking about closing arguments, Miss Hilton did a very stupid, embarrassing argument at the end, and she was an angry, ghetto and completely unprofessional. She was screaming and yelling at the jury. It was so unprofessional. She was like, "They are the criminal. I'm a woman of color, and these people are responsible for these crimes, and you got to find them guilty." And it's like, whoa. It's like, it's so stupid. So they were found guilty. I think, if I'm not, now Michael can remember better than I saw it. Okay, I remember it like it was yesterday. But they were found not guilty. But on some charges, they were found guilty on some things. But they were found not guilty on RICO. And it was a huge loss for Fannie Willis and Miss Love and Miss Hilton. It was a huge loss for them. So they were found not guilty of RICO. I believe Young Thug would have been found not guilty of RICO, but he pled out and said he did these things, and he's going to do better and not do that anymore. So he took a plea deal. That's an exception. But the two other ones, they were found not guilty, and it was a real emotional thing for everybody that were in the trial, and people in chat was going wild. It was crazy, and yeah, and it was, so that was the outcome of that. So, and the other day, Brian Steele was over. It's trying to get some items that was missing, that was withheld from his client and brought back to him. And now, Young Thug cannot be in Atlanta anymore. He is somewhere else, and he did some interviews recently. But yeah, he has been he was talking about the trial and saying that how he believes in God very strongly. So he was saying that how God can, do anything, where the other guy interviewing him said, you're too, tall to be put in a jail. He said, God shrunk me, put me in a jail, and then he showed me what he could do, and he brought me out of it. And he knew he wasn't going to be in there forever. And yes, so he made he gave some interviews. So yeah, so that's how it all ended out. And as I said, I know people are not into rapper trials. That's okay. And I just do think, though, it can be a good analysis of a study of law and how these things work. I do think that it can serve other purposes besides it just being a rapper trial. It could be a way of academic study, how these things work with the state, the corruption, how they don't do stuff right, a track record. That is my opinion about that. Okay. Continuing. To read what Michael said, two of the defendants did not take a plea deal, Matthews and Weinstein's clients. They were found not guilty on all charges. I thought it was there was maybe one thing it was guilty on, maybe. But yeah, just basically in layman's terms, it was on all charges, so all charges not guilty. And to be more specific, and Michael said one of them already had a guilty redrum, but in this case, and went back to jail. He's appealing in a higher court and might get a new trial. Yeah, so, yeah, not guilty on all charges. There may have been something, as I said, but Michael made it more clear about that. But yeah, not guilty on all charges. Isn't that crazy? Not guilty. That's what I'm trying to tell you all. That, in my opinion, I feel there's corruption in the Fannie Willis and all these different situations where and they got out, of course. It's just a corrupted region. It's, there's corruption in their court systems, in my opinion. Yeah. And this Woody, it shows an example about what she did, and continuing, and then way too many defendants and lawyers in one trial. Yes, I agree. Yeah, G, they got, yeah, they got, one of them got nothing, and the other one had some crime for something else, and he's appealing it.
Do you recall them asking you a little bit, some more questions about Tay, and you providing them information about where Tay was from, what part of Atlanta he was from?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall the detective asking you, we only know there's a guy by the name of Tay. Where's Tay from? What area he live in? And you told him that he was from Simpson Road area. You recall telling the detective that?
I guess I don't remember what I said to him.
Do you recall?
Because at that point he had put too much pressure on me, and you know what I mean. I'm just thinking because he told me. I remember him saying he want that gun. That's all I remember him kept saying. He want that gun.
And when you say putting pressure, what do you mean?
Same thing you doing to me now. You keep putting pressure on me.
Okay. Was he yelling at you at all during this interview?
Michael says pretty much all of them that did the plea deals were released on time served and 10 years probation. They will probably end up back in jail eventually. All right, thank you, Michael, for the thing. Yes, that is what happened.
I think he kept saying I'm letting people shoot at me while I got my child, and my loyalty to the streets, my loyalty to my child.
Okay. So was he just trying to get you to tell him who did this to you, your child and your baby?
I stand the question as a form.
Did he ever threaten you to give a name?
Nah, but he kept asking me to make me say a name, and you like how you keep asking me a question. I'm gonna say something to answer you, so you can stop asking me the same question.
Were you concerned about how you were going to survive the attacks on you and your family?
Yes.
And again, were you concerned that because you had already spoken to the police about Nuts' homicide, that people were considering you a snitch, that people thought you were a snitch?
I don't get what you're saying. Can you say that again?
Were you concerned that people already thought that you were a snitch when you did this interview?
What interview?
With the detective after you were shot at? After you were shot at with your girlfriend and your daughter?
No, my only concern was... No.
Do you recall telling the detective in this same February 20th interview, I came and talked down here. Everybody look at me like I'm a snitch now. It's just like I can't get no money. You know, I was just getting money just by doing nothing. It's just like, hey man, I need to borrow this right here, just hanging around, going to the mall. He paid for everything, but all of them, now they all come out here, they think I'm a snitch.
I always got my own money. When I need money, I knew how to go get it.
Would Thug give you money at times?
I'm not a handout type of person.
Would Thug give you money at times?
I never asked Thug for no money.
Would Thug give you money at times?
I can't recall if he gave me money, but I never asked him for no money.
When you said he paid for everything, who were you referencing?
The big money, the ballers.
Okay.
We've got passion, we've got...
We're reacting to some scenes in the YSL trial.
Were you concerned that young thug had washed his hands of you?
Huh?
Were you concerned because you have been speaking to police that thug had washed his hands of you?
No, I didn't eat dog.
All right. Do you recall telling the detective in the same interview on February?
Hello, Aaron. Great to see you. So, we were talking about Wolfenbarger, and it's in Georgia, and basically what it is what we're doing is pray tell young thug. So yeah, we're watching scenes in the YSL trial. So we're showing G an example of when Miss Hilton acts stupid and how she does not carry out her closings correctly, way a DA would or should supposed to act. So I'm just showing the misconduct, in my opinion, of the state of Georgia's system run by Fani Willis. So it's for, not everybody's into rapid trials, but it's for to talk about how the system over there, their people are, in my opinion, some of them are not that good at what they do. They kind of act trashy. And so good to see you, Aaron. Dang, man, I knew it had the wrong prey. Scared. You have to remember they kept Woody on stand for 6 or 7 days. I remember that, Michael. It was wild. You see the look on his face. Yeah, and yeah, her closing was terrible. Like it was totally tacky. All right, continuing.
Of 2015. He asked you, so basically Young Thug washed his hands of you, and your response, yeah, because I came and talked to the detectives, and them folks in the street saying I'm a snitch, I'm a snitch, I'm a snitch. Nobody don't want to hang around me. I called my partners, they don't want to hang around me. It's like, what the hell all this come from? What the hell is going on? Do you recall telling the police that?
The police were so concerned about Thug, I was removing myself from him.
Do you recall at all talking to this detective about what happened that Monday night at Club Crucial with you and Kel, the fight between you and Kel?
I don't recall nothing specific that me and him talk about outside of the shooting with my child. And I barely remember some of that stuff. You talking about some years ago when I don't even know what I did 3-4 days ago. Like,
Do you recall telling your girlfriend, again, when the two of you were alone in the room, no matter which way it go, I'm going to lose anyway if I tell them that Tay did it? You recall having that conversation with your girlfriend?
you say it again?
Sure. Do you recall being alone in that same interview room with your girlfriend and you told her, no matter which way it go, I'm going to lose anyway if I tell them that Tay did it?
On my child life, once again, on Izari life, I never seen no one face that was in that car shoot at me. At any time, if they got out the car, to this point, I never knew who shot at me. So when that detective was asking me, I just had to come up with something. I got no reason to lie about it. I didn't see nobody who shot at me. So y'all going back into interrogation when I'm telling you the truth. I don't know who shot at me. I have told them I didn't know. When they gonna keep asking me, make me know, okay, cool. I'm gonna say, I'm done.
Do you recall being hesitant in the February 21st interview, and we're going to get to that interview with Detective Gaither, when she showed you a photographic lineup, and you actually eventually pointed Tay out of a photographic lineup?
Because I know Gaten. You know what I mean? I know Gaten. I know they I mean, she one of them people that she got it out for me, so I didn't care. I was just trying to get it off. I get them off of me and trying to convince her. And trying to convince her is very hard to do. So I had to go through with it, even though in my heart I knew that he didn't shoot at me, or he would have never shot at me. And to be more clear on it, before I went back to jail the last time, I was right around him. So I would never be with nobody that I believe shot at me while I had my child.
Hello, Shell. Great to see you. So, hope you're having a good evening. And hello, Kara, also. So, there's a trial going on in the Wolfenbarger trial, and I'm showing an example about why Georgia, their system of sometimes with certain prosecutors they have, I don't think do the best job. And this was a very funny character from the YSL trial. I'm showing the people about how the prosecutors handled themselves when questioning people, and not all of them necessarily act like that, but how this history of them, how they act, and the corruption that possibly may be happening in some states with their DA system. Because it's like the Johnny Depp trial, but in a little bit of a different way, because it's a rapper trial. So yeah, just kind of for educational uses and purposes. It's also funny to me. And yeah, Shell, yeah, shout out to you. USA all the way. Facts. All right.
Why did you say Tay did it versus anyone else?
First thing came to my mind.
Why was Tay the first person that came to your mind versus anyone else?
Because in the midst of trying to convince the police so they could leave me alone, I just got shot at. Only thing was in my mind was, get back.
Okay, but you had to beef with Kel. Why not say it was Kel?
Because I had to convince them. I gotta make it seem, if I say Kel shot me, they're gonna, how you know? How Kel know where you stay at? So I gotta come up with something to make them know, okay, well, Tay been over here, you know what I mean? So, okay, Tay, I don't know, like,
but
listen, you keep.
See, because what's happening is she's trying to pressure him into saying, like, he snitched to get himself out of prison, and then he threw his friends or his associates under the bus and said that they were doing criminal activity. And he was saying that he made it all up. And she's peer pressuring him, to, like, because that's what she's there to do, to say that he didn't do it. That he did that he was being truthful, but he's saying that he is doing anything he can to get out.
He asked me. I told you I don't know who shot at me.
why would Gaither have it out for you?
That would be speculation, sir.
I sustain the objection.
Well, you said she had it out for you. What makes you think she had it out for you?
I'll let him answer that question. It's posed.
You said she had it out for you. What makes you think she had it out for you?
Because she was trying her best to get me. She was trying to catch me.
Didn't she advise you to leave town? But you're right, it's a contradiction of what?
Not a contradiction.
Hold on. That comes from where's that come from? Where's that statement come from?
His interview with her during the course
You
of
need to reference that. I'll rule the objection.
In your February 21st interview with her, did she ask you to leave town, go somewhere else, Cobb County, Clayton County? Did she tell you to lay low so that you wouldn't get killed?
No, she was saying it because she's saying that my name was she just said my name kept coming up a lot.
Right, so she did not want you to be harmed. So why would she have it out for you?
I sustain the objection. You can rephrase.
During the course of that interview, was she encouraging you to lay low? Do you recall her doing that?
I thought she was faking. So I don't know.
Outside of the interviews, would you talk to Gaither? Would you call Gaither on the phone?
No. The only time I talked to Gaither is when she called but it was never about nothing in the streets or nothing.
Right. So
It was, hey, Miss Copeland, your name involved in the shooting. We want you downtown. This only time she called me, hey, Miss Copeland, they say you shot up this person's house. We need you downtown. I don't recall me and her having no conversations about nothing.
when you were locked up, would you have your girlfriend call Detective Gaither for you so you can speak with her?
You heard where I was, right? Where was I? In jail?
So if she had it out for you, why are you trying to call Detective Gaither?
Because I'm trying to, all she got to do is give me a name. I'm going to try to convince her so she can get me out of jail.
But if she has it out for you, why would you trust Detective Gaither?
I don't trust her. I'm trying to play on her.
Ignite the fairways.
with Fireball.
I want to go back very briefly to the interview that you did, the first interview you did with Detective Gaither, after your car was shot up on the car was shot at on the highway.
Okay.
During that interview, at the time when your car got shot at, did you know about Lucci's mother's home being shot at?
What you mean?
Were you aware that Lucci's mother's home was shot at?
Huh?
When you met with Detective Gaither
Right.
about what happened on the highway, during that time period, were you aware of Lucci's mother's home being shot at?
No.
Do you recall talking to Detective Gaither in that January 28th interview about Lucci's home being shot at?
I can't recall.
During that interview, do you remember telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that Lucci's mama and dad got shot, so Nick called Big Boo's phone, and we was at Big Boo's house? Do you recall telling them that?
I don't recall.
Let me ask you this. Do you recall independently being with Big Boo and Lucci's manager calling his house, calling his phone, trying to give him $20,000 to find out whoever shot up Lucci mama's house?
Form the question.
I'll sustain this to form. You can rephrase.
Do you recall being at Big Boo's house and someone from Lucci's manager calling Big Boo back in 2015?
I don't recall.
Sure.
All right, and now that was Judge Glanville, and he was taken off the bench for holding Brian Steele in contempt and the way his behavior was during the trial. He was in the military, always thankful for their service in the Army, and he has PTSD, and they took him off the bench. And maybe it wasn't the best suited case for him. But yes, he was taken off the bench because there were some episodes that occurred, and then it was replaced with Paige. All right, and then I did find the closing of Miss Hilton. That's the one I really would like, which is y'all to see in a few moments, and y'all could see just the way not all of them act, but how some of the prosecution or their acts. All right. Now see some more Woody right there. Okay.
I ain't did nothing. I didn't do that, bro. Don't scream my name. I didn't do that. And you kept telling that person that you did not shoot up his mother's house. Do you recall doing that?
I don't recall.
And did you shoot up Lucci's mama's house? You shake your head just so?
No.
Okay. Now, back in 2015, who were the people that you would spend the most time outside of your family? Who were the people that you would spend the most time with?
Huh?
Back in 2015, outside of your family, who were your friends that you spent the most time with?
My friends.
Who?
You want me to name every single person?
Yeah.
I'm not about to name every single person.
Okay. So who are the people that you would spend the most time with?
I can't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that you only keep a couple people around you, and it's really just Little D and Shannon? Do you recall telling them that?
Probably so. I can't recall.
Okay. And then you also said sometimes Moonsoon, but he might come around, but not every day.
I don't recall.
And then you said, then you also further went to say, I really wouldn't want nobody around me but Little D.
Your Honor, form of the question is my same objection.
I'll sustain the question. You can rephrase.
Sure. Between Shannon and Little D, who's the person you would have most around you?
Huh?
Between Shannon and Little D, who would you spend more time with?
I don't know.
Do you recall telling Detective Dennis and Gaither that I wouldn't want nobody around but Little D?
I probably said it because I was trying to run the play on them.
Okay.
Another thing that Woody argues is that he doesn't recall things that happened many, many years ago. Does he really, does he not? It's up for debate. And she'll ask the same thing in a different way, and he just doesn't want to answer, he doesn't know, and he's getting more and more irritated. And it's, although some people are characters, of course, it's when a prosecutor, if we see, for example, the other types of trials, like Draconis or the other ones, maybe that we watched are not rapper trials, we see how a different form of conduct from the DA usually, and both attorneys and DA, but a lot of times it's like the defendants or a witness that'll act up. So it just kind of shows that when someone is in this position, they have to do what they can to not make their, especially if they're trying to prove a case, to not make the witness feel uncomfortable, in my opinion. Although some people are going to be clowns and be goofy, but still, that is an interpretation of this. When he doesn't want to answer, he doesn't recall. Yes, Anna. Yeah, when he doesn't want to answer something, he doesn't recall. They all did that. The other ones did that too. This guy, he was just like, oh, I think they're asking him how old he was. He said, grown. He said, what age? He said, I plead the fifth. He said, all right, we locked up for the weekend. And then they came back Monday. And so he's a interesting one, all right? He doesn't want to answer something, or he has something up his sleeve, he'll say he doesn't recall. He was very funny, but yeah, he's real tricky. But as I said, I think that the state could have handled it differently, in my opinion, the way they did this. And I'll show you all the closing is that one's quite wild.
But I don't remember what I said to them.
Back in 2015.
Anytime they question me, like I said, you keep asking me about what I supposed to told them. Anytime they question me, I just said whatever came to my mind or whatever I could have thought of in a split second. So I don't know what I said to them.
Back in 2015, did you trust Little D?
Say that again?
Back in 2015, did you trust Little D?
No.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Dennis, I really have my trust in him, speaking about Little D?
You said I really had my trust in him?
Yes.
No, man. Go ahead.
And that little D ain't never going to turn his back on me.
I told you, I'm trying to tell them whatever they would have went for. Cause yeah.
The gun that little D from Cleveland bought from you from the pawn shop, what kind of gun was that?
I can't recall.
Do you recall it being, as you described, a chopper?
Probably so.
Can you tell the jury what you would describe as a chopper? What type of gun is a chopper?
Catalina.
He said probably. It's quite funny. All right.
I can't recall.
You don't know what type of gun a chopper is? Do you not know what type of gun a chopper is?
I don't know what I done told them.
I'm asking you separately. What kind of...
All right, so that's that one. And this is the closing.
Open it up.
Let's see. This is a person's reaction to it, by the way. Let's see.
There were many audio.
We're targeting people of color.
All right, so this is a reaction of another YouTuber. Shout out to this YouTuber. Because the person has the clip, and so this is like a, what do you call, a YouTuber will put a video and a reaction to the trial is what I meant to say. So shout out to this, shout out to Paralegal Institute of Washington D.C. All right, so showing you all some of this closing right here. All right, mute this.
And I was a little taken aback. Why? Because I am a person of color. The majority of this prosecution team are people of color. And we are not targeting people of color. We are targeting gang members who decided to wreak havoc on communities in Fulton County. And the ironic part of the community that they violated were those communities were communities of color. See, no one rarely talks about the victims in this case. But the victims in this case, most of them are people of color. Because in Fulton County, you don't get to victimize anyone in our county without being held accountable for your actions. And what we're going to ask of you today is hold both of these defendants accountable for their actions. Because they are guilty of every single crime for which they are charged. But as both Mr. Shard and Mr. Weinstein were talking, I was reminded that what is right is often forgotten or what is convenient. And see, in this case for them, it's convenient to blame Kenneth Copeland for the murder of Donovan Thomas. But we're going to talk about that doesn't even make sense. For them, it is convenient to tell you that we have not met the elements of RICO because they're just not a gang. They just get YSL tatted on them. They just get snakes tatted on them just for the fun of it. That's convenient for them. But that's not the truth. And while it may have taken some time for us to get all that evidence out here, it took a while. Some days the evidence came out good. Some days the evidence came out bad. Some days I had to take a couple of breaks. At the end of the day, the evidence shows what is clear. YSL is a gang. YSL is an enterprise. They commit criminal street gang activity. They murdered Donovan Thomas, murdered Chanel Drakes, and they're guilty. And then I'm also reminded of a story that a colleague told me a long time ago about someone who worked as a Border Patrol officer. And this person worked as a Border Patrol officer for a number of years. And while they were working Border Patrol, a guy would come through the border with a red bike every day. And every day that that person would come through with a red bike, he had a basket on the front of the bike. And inside of the basket was some food. Now,
All right, so yeah, this is the wow, this is really insane. So yeah, that is yeah. So this is like some scenes from her closing, and you see how her attitude and the way her demeanor of communicating is not that the way I think it should be handled. Because nothing wrong being passionate, but screaming at the jury in this type of way, I don't agree with how it was handled. And the point is just that just not acting the most professional that could be acted. And like the other trials that the others prefer watching, I could see it's very different how those prosecutors and lawyers act compared to like in Georgia. So I'm not saying every single one in Georgia is acting like this. It just shows the corrupted system, how they don't do it right. We don't go scream at the jury like and act like they did the kids that did something wrong when you're trying to get somebody convicted. So, and as I said, she lost that case to the other side, the YSL one. So, and the Weinstein and Matthews, they did very excellent with their closing. They're very gentle, very calm, very professional, saying their thoughts. They're very professional how they did it. Just like how the other trials we watch act. As I said, but this one, as I said, she does not act the way they're supposed to. And this is, I say, turned off the jury because it's all about how you're presenting yourself. Because she just was getting too emotional about it. And like, so with the Wolfenbarger trial, these similar type of people are presenting the case. So the people that represent the DA of Georgia, I just feel, I don't know every single one of them. I'm not saying it's all corrupted, but I just think that it's sketchy. And just showing you all examples from my opinion why I think that it is not the most trustworthy situation regarding what happened with the YSL trial. You see how with the witness, how she may act a little bit snippy, how in this situation she acts towards the jury. It just kind of all the way around. This is a specific circumstance. It's not every single trial that ever happened, but you have a domino effect where it could be more they're having issues. So if there's more Georgia cases where people are suspicious of them, this is an example of why may be quite right in this study of this specific trial. Now, see a little bit more of it here.
Every day, this guy would come through, and the Border Patrol officer thought something was kind of fishy, but he never found anything. He always found baskets with sand inside. This happened for a few months. Well, one day, the Border Patrol guy was leaving that job. He was going on to a new job, and he was at a bar. And who walks into the bar? The guy with the red bike. So the Border Patrol guy says to him, I'm getting ready to leave my job, but I'm interested. There's something was fishy about that red bike. What were you doing with that red bike? And the guy was like, nothing, don't worry about it. Congratulations to you. The night proceeded. The Border Patrol guy got some more joints in the system and said, you know what? Can you tell me about this red bike? Because something just doesn't seem right. Every time I would see the red bike, you would have sand in the basket. Tell me what was going on. Guy said, don't worry about it. Finally, it's the end of the night. Border Patrol guy is really sophisticated. He said, just tell me, I'm not going to remember what happened. You're not going to get in trouble. Tell me what you were doing. And what the guy said was, you know how every day you were. I wish I had them.
Roku Ads Manager.
Got rid of it. That's Yak the night of. What'd he say? Maniac's back. That's what he said, right? Y'all know me in my Santana voice. You right. The maniac's back. He just drove. That's just to show you, that's Javorce Bradford in that Pontiac. That's on that surveillance video. This is when they talk about the guns used to commit the murder.
So back to nothing. Make sure I got everything right. Demetrion pretty much told you with him.
Killed this man. And you bragging about it. This now song number 3. And then I can send the whole gang to the heavenly house? You good with killing folk. That's why you didn't kill Donovan, you didn't kill Shamel.
Yep. So, and as it was continuing on and on, it was getting more and more heated. And as I said, it's not how they're supposed to... I didn't have the microphone on. I did not have my microphone on. I'm back. So, you see, basically, I was seeing something moving, but it wasn't the microphone. So, yeah, so as it gradually got more and more heated, she got more and more heated, as you could see, and is screaming at the jury, and it just shows just kind of like snippy, kind of like how Amber Heard acted when she was on the stand. Very similar, and it's just, it wasn't really presentable. So, it's why the DA, he needs to have like an instruction to have their people, if they have that wrong, and they also lost that case. So they lost this case. So it shows that if they keep on doing it, there's something wrong. And then the people keep voting for the same thing and the same thing. So it is quite a cringy situation. Now, yeah, so those are some scenes from Miss Hilton doing the closing. G said, is there anyone in here? I feel like it's just me, an alien, LOL. Yeah, I don't know. People, maybe they left, or maybe people might be lurking. There's a lot of people that lurk, so I'm not too sure. So, anyway, G, this is the example about how Miss Hilton acted, and how in the YSL case, how they mishandled the case, and why the DA of Georgia is not really the most trustworthy. All right. So, right, that's what I want to show you all. Now, also, bring my volume up. Well, no, I just need to talk louder. That's what I need to do. All right, I'll bring the volume up. Well, what I also need to do is just kind of talk louder. That's another thing. I might be talking too low. Alright, so... Oh, okay. Okay, Sam. Thank you. Yeah. So, yeah, a lot of people lurk, G, and there they are. Yeah, so basically, in the situation with the YSL, that was you see, like, how she acts, where she just gets too emotional, and she acts, does not act correctly, where versus the other trials that we act, when they act totally different than how she would. So that, I'm not saying every single one of the state of Georgia acts like that, but that is how that DA is. And there's suspicion about how they handle cases and stuff. And I just wanted to share that with you all, NG. G says, I have to leave in 20 minutes to pick up my daughter and niece and drop my niece off at home and come back. I hope to stay after 11:30 during Depp, or maybe tomorrow if you leave by 11:30 today. Okay. And if we don't see you tonight, we'll see you tomorrow. But yeah, G, that's why I want to show you how the DA of Georgia acted in that case. And it certainly was not handled the best way it could have been handled. It's not really, there's corruption, and they don't really act properly with it. Yeah, 11:30 your time is 10:20 my time. Okay, understood, G. And yep, so yeah, those are some scenes in YSL. G said, I am coming back. I just want to make sure you are on, LOL. I don't want to be rude and not say bye in case you aren't here. Your time is different. What time is it there? Oh, an hour only. Yeah, my time, right now it's 9:17 p.m. Right. Okay, G. Okay. Alright. And I guess tomorrow we'll talk about what you wanted me to talk about. Yours is 10:17. Okay. Yeah, so we'll see, as I said, we'll see how the Wolfenbarger trial continues. All right. Doing Depp. Okay. So okay, G. I would like you to tell me about it. If you want. G said nothing major. When I was researching my rare and finds to call you, I found some interesting rare things, LOL. Okay. Yes. Whenever you're ready, I'd like to know. Oh, okay. To call you as to address you in here, like when I say my sapphire gem. Oh, okay. Yeah, and you found something interesting regarding those topics. Yes. G said, I always look for things that are rare to let you know you are a rare gem. Thank you, G. I also like doing the same for you, because the same logic applies to you as well. Yes. Okay. Now, I'll play right now some stuff from the Depp trial. You're welcome, G. Because that's what the title says, and also for when G comes back to. Alright, let's see.
Felt really okay, if there's one AI...
Okay.
I felt ashamed. I don't know how else to describe it. I just felt like just really embarrassing. And I went inside the room.
What, if any, injury did you have?
I had a little blood coming out of my nose. I didn't know it. I didn't feel it at the time until Jerry Jerry let me know.
Okay.
And I went inside the hotel room, and as embarrassing as it is, I remember just wanting Johnny to say sorry. I wanted him to realize it. It's so stupid, but I like the emotional part. You know, I just wanted him to acknowledge that this was that he could hurt me, you know, and I wanted it to be okay. I didn't want him to think I was interested in this flight attendant. I didn't want him to think that I would capable of cheating on him. I was in love with him. I just wanted things to be okay.
Let's take you to July 9, 2013. Did there come a time that you went for a ride you went to the Bahamas and went on a ride for the yacht with Johnny and his kids?
Well, it's less like we flew out to the Bahamas to his island. He was selling the yacht to J.K. Rowling, and he wanted to kind of have a goodbye trip on the yacht. So it was docked off the island, and I went with him and his kids, who I had quickly developed a bond with and loved. And we brought a friend along with us, I think, to kind of help. And yeah.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened on that trip.
Johnny was upset that he had to sell the boat, and he was off the wagon again, but he didn't want to tell his kids, so he was hiding it from them. He was putting it in coffee cups and drinking, and the behavior just kind of like, he was upset, he was emotional, and he just, you know, that's how he dealt with it, just drink. But there's just no off button with Johnny. So he just kept drinking, and the behavior kept getting more obviously drunk. And
I think with Amber, there's no off button. I think that she's the one that caused him to get his off button completely dismantled and glitch out. She shorted out his off button, the way she acted towards him. And she brought him to, although I don't think he did the thing she accused him of, certainly it is really discouraging about what she does and how she acted, definitely. What style is that? I mean, you are a guy that's more attractive, alien. Like, one side hidden, another's loose. It's like a mystical turn on. Oh well. She's a disaster. What style is that? I mean, you are a guy that is more attractive. Is that more attractive? One side is hidden, another side is loose. Yeah, I don't know. I think that... Is it a mystical turn on? I think that it's a mystical... It's like having green and red at the same time. It's a mystical mind trickery right there. Like, it doesn't... It causes me to go, like, is it like one side of her head, like, back and other side's in the front? I'm thinking, like, you know, what is she... She must be snorting some more of her tissues. Is it like a mystery? I find it puzzling rather than a turn on. LMAO. Yeah. Like, okay, like, let's say that she wasn't crazy, you know, and she was just some person in a magazine or some person that wasn't normal. It represents her confused internal organs and soul. Yes, that's true. And so, basically, I think that it's an interesting style that would stand out if she wasn't like crazy. Yeah, it's an interesting style that would stand out. Like, one side is like long and the other side is like not there. It's something that would cause you to look at what she's, you know, what is there, because it's something different. You know, it's something of an exotic, mystical thing, yeah. And something that's eye-catching. But I don't know with these certain styles that she has, if she's all insane in her right mind. But it certainly would be an eye-catcher because it's something you don't usually see. Like, usually it's like a ponytail or the hair long or short. But that one's kind of like in the middle. It's kind of like, it's kind of being hypnotic, but at the same time, it tried to deter the person from realizing that she's a turd. Because she has to do this kind of stuff like that so we don't know she's a turd. And it does represent her confusion. It represents her borderline personality. She's hot and cold. That's what it does. G said, LMAO, one side long and one side not there. That was a good one, alien. Yeah, that's like according to my alien logic. My alien reasoning, that's what my alien earthling logic, that's what I get. I guess, yes, in a nice dress on street walking and angelic, I can see what you mean. Right. She's trying to stand out. Trying to, like, get the audience to, you know, pay attention to her. And also symbolically the hot and cold, the night and day, also.
Lily Rose, his daughter at the time, was young. She's like maybe 14. And she started to get panicky and started to ask me questions about his drinking.
Objection, hearsay.
Without saying what Lily Rose was saying, please continue on.
Sustain the objection. Thank you. So she was asking me questions about the drinking, and was very upset.
Sustain the objection.
Yeah, you can't say what Lily Rose said.
Oh.
Right, G, and looks are deceiving, and she would eat any man alive, and not in a good way. She's a pit bull. Yeah, definitely. Definitely a pit bull for faux show. Scared. Yeah, like she will completely devour somebody, no matter how good she looks or not look. And you see, like, she, has her hair back and all. And yeah, that might be, like, somebody that doesn't know who she is might be like, oh, that looks cool. But yeah, it's definitely, like, not, like, it doesn't matter what's on the outside with the inside. Also is important. Outside is good, but inside, you have to make sure a person's not pit bull inside, because it could tear someone apart. It causes them misery. Yeah. Scared.
But you can tell gestures, you can tell, and you can say what you and Mr. Depp said, okay?
Sorry. So she was upset, and Johnny we were with the kids, and he kind of threw himself off the boat in a half playful way, like a dead fish kind of way. I don't know how to describe it. Almost.
Not a dead fish, but a flabby dead fish. Scared.
It's like a belly flop, but we were on a skip, like a smaller boat parked next to the yacht, and he's jumping. Well, he jumped off the front of it, but kind of in a face, chest forward way. Like it looked a little scary, like not something somebody would do if they're complete.
Hello, Kay. Good to see you, friend. So, what we were doing was we were reviewing the YSL trial, because it's a Georgia trial, and just showing how Hilton was not really professional, or how she handled herself throughout the trial. We showed some different scenes from it. We also we're talking about the Wolfenbarger trial, how it's, the DA may not be completely 100%, and they just have a track record of not being that good, and they had Judge Glanville that was taken off the bench. So it's kind of like given, like, for... It's really funny. I like watching YSL. It's very hilarious. But still showing it for how it had to do with the topic for educational, like, law reasons. So now we're doing some reactions to the Depp trial. Again, there's 2 hurricane tropical things that might be coming off the coast of Africa, coming our way. All right. So now we're just talking about Amber and her hair.
Okay, it was started off all of us kind of taking turns jumping off the edge of the yacht into the water, and then
when too much.
kind of throws himself over, and it looked a little scary. The way his body fell into the water, and Lily Rose started to cry and expressed to me that she
objection here
was upset.
Sustained.
You can't say what she said. You can say
Yeah, her hair looks like it's like a bleached. Yeah.
tell expressions or observations, but you can't say what Lily Rose said.
So Lily Rose is crying, and then the crying becomes like a panic, like almost like a panic attack. Like rapid breathing, crying, lots of questions, and I'm holding her, kind of comforting her, and Johnny comes in, and within a few seconds, I realize that he, kind of shifted his attention on me, and then he seemed very angry. He asked Lily Rose to leave. Lily Rose leaves, looks at me, leaves, crying, and Johnny, I don't remember the words he used, but starts accusing me of kind of like telling on him. And calling him, a drunk in front of his kids. I hadn't done that. I was actually trying to protect Johnny. It didn't feel like my place at all to share that with his daughter or anyone at the time, other than adults who might help with it, but not his kids. So I was trying to tell him I was just trying to comfort her. I was trying to protect you. He basically was accusing me of doing this thing and of making them aware of his that he was drinking again. And he slams me up against the side wall of the bedroom of we were in the bedroom this whole time, but up against the wall of the cabin, and slams me up by my neck and holds me there for a second and tells me that he could fucking kill me. And that was an embarrassment. I was embarrassing. It was an embarrassment. This whole thing was a joke. It was all embarrassment. I made him feel sick. And I'll never forget. I'm very, very, very much in love with this whole family now. And he's saying I'm embarrassing to him. And that somehow stuck in me more than I could fucking kill you. It just sounded like hyperbole. It sounded like something he was just saying, but the names that he was calling me, well, kind of just pushing me up against the wall by my neck, it hurt my feelings. It hurt. When I saw Lily Rose again, we get, I won't say what she told me, but the next thing we do is we call for a helicopter to come and take us off of the boat, or off of the island. So we leave the boat, go to the landing of a part of the island, or maybe it was a different island we had to get to leave, and we take off. I'm holding Lily Rose in my literally holding her under my arm while she's crying, and we're lifting off. And Jack ended up not coming with us at the last minute. He stayed behind. And we were taking off, and I remember being really torn about leaving. I felt bad about leaving, even though that had happened. I still felt awful leaving. I felt awful leaving him. I also felt like I had done something wrong. He was mad at me. I wasn't sure, or what I had done, but I remember not being, I'm getting all these text messages from him calling me all these names, and it barely coherent, barely, and I'm holding his daughter crying.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Michelle, can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 180?
Do you believe that's already in evidence?
It is already into evidence, Your Honor, so if we may publish it to the jury. And then
all right, so back to Turd. Kay said this should be called How Not to Be an Actor. Michael says, hurt my feelings, that is now against the law in the UK. You cannot hurt someone's feelings. And I say, can't they just say Lily? For some reason, they have to say the entire name. I don't know why, but it's something they have to do. And Kay said, I said to B twice. I'm still stuck on her dog stepping on a bee. Okay, we can replay that, definitely. Scared.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at 180. And this is text messages from Mr. Depp to you.
Trash the train.
Hancock Whitney has just...
We had to get the manager, who started off furious, that Johnny had wrecked the thing. And then he had this like black mesh tank top, not tank top, it was like a meshy kind of shirt on. And I remember he came into the trailer and looked around and was like, whoa, what happened here? Whoa. And Johnny had an exchange with him. And I remember watching this man be so charmed. It was just a kind of a surreal experience. And, you know, it just went away. You know, that just got fixed. We walked out of the trailer at some point. My dog stepped on a bee. We went to the vet and went on with our, you know, vacation. We actually went to another location after that, and then eventually went home and went about our, like.
I'm going to ask you to take a look. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 176? The next bill was in May of 2013. Did there come a time that you wrote an email?
Objection, leading, and hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
Oh, I know. And yeah, and she says, damn, I just looked at Lily Rose, Johnny's daughter, and his ex-wife, Vanessa, and his ex-baby mama looks like Madonna. Miranda said, I don't know why they didn't wit it out. She was a French model. Oh, I know. Johnny should have stayed with her, and he wouldn't be in this situation, and he had kids with her. So, yeah, definitely a complete downgrade. And he could have gone with, like, anybody he wanted to. And it's like, and he got in the Black Widow's web. Anna said, just pull the stinger out the pup's foot. Dummy, don't need a vet. Scared. 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 Miranda said, knowing they were divorced for a few years while this went on is hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, we'll look up, like, what the X was exactly. Alright, we're on to dog step on a bee, right?
It's just a kind of a surreal experience, and, you know, it just went away. You know, that just got fixed. We walked out of the trailer at some point. My dog stepped on a bee. We went to the vet and went on with our, you know, vacation. We actually went to another location after that, and then eventually went home and went about our, like.
I'm going to ask you to take a look. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 176? The next bill was in May of 2013. Did there come a time that you wrote an email?
Objection, leading, and hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
Got fixed. We walked, putting on my, you know, just putting on my face and going back into this like crap, you know, and I remember seeing my friends by the pool thinking they were just having a great time, and no one knew what was, you know, I felt so lonely, like no one knows everyone was just having a good time, you know, like normal stuff. So I just smiled, made a joke about how trashed the trailer got, and we had to get the manager, who started off furious that Johnny had wrecked the thing. And then he had this like black mesh tank top, not tank top, it was like a meshy kind of shirt on. And I remember he came into the trailer and looked around and was like, whoa, what happened here? Whoa. And Johnny had an exchange with him. And I remember watching this man be so charmed. It was just a kind of a surreal experience. And, you know, it just went away. You know, that just got fixed. We walked out of the trailer at some point. My dog stepped on a bee. We went to the vet and went on with our, you know, vacation. We actually went to another location after that, and then eventually went home and went about our life.
I'm going to ask you to take a look. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 176?
Okay, aliens. Alright, aliens, gonna show you, this is what Vanessa does. Vanessa, Johnny Depp's long-term French partner from 1998 to 2012, has a multi-faceted career that spans several creative industries. Her primary professions are as a singer, became a child star at 14 with international success of her single Je l'ai taxi. She was released multiple albums and gone on several tours. Actress. She has starred in numerous French films and received awards for her acting, and including the César, which I'm pronouncing it wrong, award for most promising actress in her role, and was also nominated for another one for Best Actress for her performance in the play Madman in 2022. Model. Since 91, Vanessa has been a spokesmodel for Chanel, chosen by Karl Lagerfeld, and she appeared on over 300 magazine covers worldwide. And that completes our dramatic reading of the Messy trailer. Scared. Alright, so that is what Johnny's wife, the French one, did. Alright, continuing.
Bill was in May of 2013. Did there come a time that you wrote an email?
Objection, leading and hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
And he was. He was. But he was also this other thing. He was also this other thing. And that other thing was awful. Awful thing that would come out and take over. And it was, you couldn't see the Johnny I loved underneath it. It was this other thing. And no one told him. No one was honest with him. No one, he'd pass out in his own vomit. He'd lose control of his body, his he'd lose control and everyone would clean up after him. I cleaned up after him. I mean, this man lost control of his bowels and I cleaned up after him. His security cleaned up after him, changed his pants in front of me. He would pass out his own sick. And then he'd walk around saying he didn't have a problem. Until he did. Until he couldn't support it anymore and he'd get clean and he'd get sober and then he was this thing again. This thing that made me feel so loved, that made me feel like...
Value of having a partner is huge. Finding someone you can trust is what... my soulmate, as cheesy as that sounds, I just felt like he knew me. And I recognized something in him, either some part of my makeup and my background or something that I just got it. And I loved him and understood him. It just got so scary, the other part of him. And in June, I wanted to leave him. I didn't want to leave him. I wanted to leave him. I wanted him to get better. And he expressed to me so many times when he was in that period of getting clean and sober, he would tell me, "You saved my life. Baby girl, you saved my life." Everyone else was saying that to me and I believed it. If everyone else was saying it, he was saying it, I thought. Just like his other friends who had gotten clean and sober and stayed that way, his older friends, these rock stars that he hung out with that had gotten clean and sober and they had 20, 30 years, something, I thought, and Johnny told me he would be that person, that he was going to be that person, and I believed it. I had so much, I looked at that man twice my age, I was 25, looking at this man twice my age, and I saw hope and promise. I had so much hope. The whole thing, kids and growing old together, sort of hope. If it was just for this one thing that he could do, which would save his life, which would be to get clean and sober. And I believed it. And I wrote this letter to myself, among many letters to myself.
Objection, hearsay.
All she did was refer to that she wrote it. She isn't saying what she said.
I'll rule for that.
Thank you.
Okay. I wrote that letter because I thought it would be read to him. I could read it to him. I could say it to him in intervention, in help. And he would later thank me for... as he used to thank me all the time for saving his life.
Did there come a time later in June that you finally met Johnny's kids?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I finally met them in the summer of 2013. I had been with Johnny for over a year, maybe a year and a half at this point, is my best guess. And I was dying to meet them, dying to get to know these kids. I felt like I knew them already. I had his daughters, and Jack's, both of his.
All right, so just to give you all explanation, though they were decades and started a family, right? The relationship between Depp and Vanessa are very difficult, and he went on to note that the time before, alluding to distance and work schedule playing factor in their split, especially in the racket that I'm because of you. She already talked about Lily. Right. Only has 2. Yeah, she used Temu Sheen soup cans to curl her hair. That's true. Yeah. Now, some of this are going to be, that may be through the rest of this video, might be stuff that we played already. But I could switch over to another clip we didn't see yet. I mean, we haven't seen today. Yuck, they never married. That's awful, but I don't know. Johnny Depp had bad luck. Yeah. But he does have the will to keep going. Johnny said she could not act. She is proving it to us. Yeah, absolutely, Michael. Yes.
His kids' art on my fridge, and I had never even met them. You know, Johnny had brought them over one day and kindly given them to me, and I had them up on my fridge because I felt like I knew them, just how much he talked about them. And I finally got to meet them at the Lone Ranger premiere at Disneyland. Summer 2013.
So then I'm going to jump to, and it's not much of a jump, to June 26, 2013. There was a plane ride to Russia with Johnny. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Well, tell the jury about that particular event.
Well, that was the first and last time I ever decided it would be a decent idea to do drugs with Johnny. I did MDMA with him on the plane, which was as stupid as it may sound. I just had never, I was very against, obviously the cocaine had been a problem. I was very much against him using cocaine. I was against the drinking, supportive of the sobriety, but I'm 26 maybe, ish. And I wanted, I had never heard of anyone making MDMA like what I had done MDMA before. I thought it's a lovey drug. It's it's like a kind of, I never knew anyone to get violent on it. And, I thought, well, this is a relatively contained environment. Maybe this will be different. Maybe I can be a good cop and be part of the, I don't have to be the lesbian counselor all the time, as you would say. I can maybe be the fun girlfriend. And I learned the hard way that was not happening.
So what happened?
Well, we took MDMA. I took a capsule. It's like a powder in a capsule. I took a capsule and...
Jameson, a famously smooth whiskey from a famous...
Johnny took several. I didn't count, but, it's very different when you see someone take one versus a handful of something. But nothing that seemed to set any alarm bells off. And things were going fine until the flight attendant got involved. The flight attendant came by, was engaging with us. I don't think that they're really, it felt like it was before the effects of the drug took over. So it was relatively quick, soon after we first took our dose, if you can say. And the flight attendant, Johnny offered her some. She, of course, said no. And then after some back and forth between them, Johnny convinced her that it would be fine. So she acquiesced and took MDMA with us. And within, a few minutes go by, and the same thing happened that happened on the mushrooms at Hicksville with the woman, Kelly Sue, who I've told you about. Flight attendant got friendly with me, but just friendly, just like MDMA friendly, was kind of I'm a woman, he's a man, so she was naturally, I think, more comfortable with me physically. She kind of leaned into me and kind of sat on the arm of the chair I was sitting in. I mean, after all, she's on drugs, and Johnny grabs her hand and tells her not to touch me, and she kind of reacts in a way like she's defending herself and was trying to clarify. And he grabbed her by the wrist and slammed it down on the table and told her he could break her wrist. And I remember thinking, I've heard this before. And that was a pattern that would repeat itself a few times. These things would happen in these kind of cycles where there'd be a certain element that would get filtered for a while, whether it's an accusation or a gesture, and that would be the thing that he looped on. I called it loops. And he grabs her wrist and he tells her he could break her wrist. She cries instantly, denies it, is so apologetic. Eventually he lets go. She goes to the front of the plane where the flight attendant, normally hangs out, and the doors close, and I don't see her much of that whole flight. We land in Russia, and I don't really remember, I don't recall any violence on the plane between Johnny and I, but I remember feeling this tension because I was wondering when it was gonna aim at me, because he had this particular thing about, at the time I understood he had a particular thing, a sensitivity about me and women, because I had a female partner. So I was feeling nervous, anxious, and I remember we had a very quiet ride, at least I didn't say anything, to the hotel. And almost as soon as we get into the hotel room, Johnny's accusing me of effectively having engaged that, caused that. I, of course, deny it, point out what I thought was obvious, that, like we'd given her drugs, wasn't an affair, wasn't, and I'm trying to argue and defend myself at the same time. And at one point, Johnny just shoves me, just shoves me hard. And I fall back onto this glass table. I catch myself on the table. I don't know how some furniture got knocked around. There was I'm trying to stand up for myself. I'm trying to stand up, literally. I'm not, at this point, I don't even try to hit back or try to run. I'm in this hotel room trying to do my best to fight mostly the verbal accusations, but also I try to stay on my feet, At some point, Johnny whacks me in the face, and I don't remember feeling pain or awareness of my nose or anything. I don't remember thinking that. I remember kind of crying and feeling, I went into the bathroom and I wanted him to have I just remember wanting him to realize what had happened. I wanted him to kind of snap out of it. I wanted him to care. I wanted him to realize what was going on, because a big part of this, I felt like he wasn't aware. There was this sense that he didn't know what was going on. Again, I don't know how much of the drugs or alcohol.
Yeah, and you see how she gets real emotional and upset over the situation. Now, I do think that she is extremely making a movie. It's not like a movie or a fiction, like what Anna said. And she wants people to care. Okay, Michael, thank you for coming. It was very good having you in chat tonight. Take care, buddy. See you tomorrow at a trial, probably. Peace, bro. Yeah, so that is and she tries to get emotional and quiver, but it doesn't really work. And Anna says, oh, please. He's not going to risk lawsuit because of your you're a beaner. Scared. Yeah, now, like what Miranda said, I could imagine people would have called police if this situation was all real. Exactly. Like, most people would have called police in this type of situation. Yeah, right.
Alcohol's a part of this, but I remember crying. I came out at some point because I don't hear him in that room. I remember we had been arguing in the main room, but I went out to the hallway, which is where I presume he walked out, and his bodyguard, Jerry Judge, was in the hall. And I don't recall seeing Johnny in the hallway, but I remember seeing Jerry Judge, who gestured to my nose.
Objection, hearsay.
She's just saying gesture. He hasn't said anything yet.
All right, gesture's fine. I'll overrule the objection. He gestures to my nose and holds out his handkerchief, like a cloth handkerchief. And I instantly just felt really embarrassed. I felt ashamed. I don't know how else to describe it. I just felt like just really embarrassing. And I went inside the room.
What, if any, injury did you have?
I had a little blood coming out of my nose. I didn't know it. I didn't feel it at the time until Jerry gave me Jerry let me know.
Okay.
And I went inside the hotel room, and as embarrassing as it is, I remember just wanting Johnny to say sorry. I wanted him to realize it. It's so stupid, but I like the emotional part. I just wanted him to acknowledge that this was that he could hurt me, and I wanted it to be okay. I didn't want him to think I was interested in this flight attendant. I didn't want him to think that I would be capable of cheating on him. I was in love with him. I just wanted things to be okay.
Let's take you to July 9, 2013. Did there come a time that you went for a ride you went to the Bahamas and went on a ride, the yacht with Johnny and his kids?
Well, it's less like we flew out to the Bahamas to his island. He was selling the yacht to J.K. Rowling, and he wanted to kind of have a goodbye trip on the yacht. So it was docked off the island, and I went with him and his kids, who I had quickly developed a bond with and loved. And we brought a friend along with us, I think, to kind of help. And yeah.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened on that trip.
Johnny was upset that he had to sell the boat, and he was off the wagon again, but he didn't want to tell his kids, so he was hiding it from them. He was putting it in coffee cups and drinking, and the behavior just kind of like, he was upset, he was emotional, and he just that's how he dealt with it, just drink. But there's just no off button with Johnny. So he just kept drinking, and the behavior kept getting more obviously drunk. And Lily Rose, his daughter at the time, was young, just like maybe 14. And she started to get panicky and started to ask me questions about his drinking.
Objection, hearsay.
Without saying what Lily Rose was saying, please continue on.
Sustain the objection.
Thank you.
So she was asking me questions about the drinking, and was very upset.
Sustain the objection.
Yeah, you can't say what Lily Rose said.
Oh,
but
yeah.
you can tell gestures.
Sorry.
You can tell, and you can say what you and Mr. Depp said. Okay.
Sorry. So she was upset, and Johnny we were with the kids, and he kind of threw himself off the boat in a half playful way, like a dead fish kind of way. I don't know how to describe it, almost like a belly flop. But we were on a skip, like a smaller boat parked next to the yacht, and he's jumping. Well, he jumped off the front of it, but kind of in a
face, chest forward way, like it looked a little scary, like not something somebody would do if they're completely okay. You know, it was started off all of us kind of taking turns jumping off the edge of the yacht into the water, and then he at one point kind of throws himself over, and it looked a little scary, the way his body fell into the water. And Lily Rose started to cry and expressed to me that she
Objection,
was
hearsay.
upset.
Sustained.
You can't say what she said. You can tell expressions or observations, but you can't say what Lily Rose said.
So Lily Rose is crying, and then the crying becomes like a panic, like almost like a panic attack.
She's crying because she saw Amber's baby pictures.
Scared.
Yeah, I just think it's completely... These lies are really historic. She is acting like she's the person that comforts and she helps people when they cry, but she's the reason why they cry in the first place.
Scared.
Like rapid breathing, crying, lots of questions. And I'm holding her, kind of comforting her, and Johnny comes in. And within a few seconds, I realized that he, kind of shifted his attention on me, and then he seemed very angry. He asked Lily Rose to leave. Lily Rose leaves, looks at me, leaves, crying, and Johnny, I don't remember the words he used, but starts accusing me of kind of like telling on him and calling him, a drunk in front of his kids. I hadn't done that. I was actually trying to protect Johnny. It didn't feel like my place at all to share that with his daughter or anyone.
Roxy said she has a new nickname. She said, "You guys, I got a new nickname. Today, in the Dolph trial, I'm pre-Foxy Roxy Main." Oh yeah, I think it's a very good nickname for you. Yeah, that definitely suits you. So, shout out to you, Foxy. And even the foxes are cringed out by Amber Heard.
At the time, other than adults who might help with it, but not his kids. So I was trying to tell him I was just trying to comfort her. I was trying to protect you. He basically was accusing me of doing this thing and of making them aware of his that he was drinking again. And he slams me up against the side wall of the bedroom of the we were in the bedroom this whole time, but up against the wall of the cabin, and slams me up by my neck and holds me there for a second and tells me that he could fucking kill me. And that was an embarrassment. I was embarrassing. It was embarrassment. This whole thing was a joke. It was all embarrassment. I made him feel sick. And I'll never forget. I'm very, very, very much in love with this whole family now. And he's saying I'm embarrassing to him. And that somehow stuck in me more than the I could fucking kill you. It just sounded like hyperbole. It sounded like something he was just saying, but the names that he was calling me, well, kind of just pushing me up against the wall by my neck, it hurt my feelings. It hurt. When I communicated when I saw Lily Rose again, we get
I won't say what she told me, but the next thing we do is we call for a helicopter to come and take us off of the boat or off of the island. So we leave the boat, go to the landing of a part of the island, or maybe it was a different, island we had to get to leave, and we take off. I'm holding Lily Rose in my, literally holding her under my arm while she's crying, and we're lifting off. And Jack ended up not coming with us at the last minute. He stayed behind. And we were taking off, and I remember being really torn about leaving. I felt bad about leaving, even though that had happened. I still felt awful leaving. I felt awful leaving him. I also felt like I had done something wrong. He was mad at me. I wasn't sure, or what I had done, but I remember not being, I'm getting all these text messages from him calling me all these names, and it barely coherent, barely, and I'm holding his daughter crying.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Michelle, can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 180?
Do you believe that's already in
It is already into evidence, Your Honor, so if we may publish it to the jury. And Amber, I'm going to ask you to take a look at 180. And this is text messages from Mr. Depp to you. Do you recall these?
Hancock Whitney has just made being in business so much easier.
And are these the text messages?
Yes, that's what he was sending me while I was taking care of his daughter.
Your Honor, I'm about to go into another event. Should I keep going?
I mean, that's fine if you think this is a good point to break for the day.
I think it's probably good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and conclude for today. Again, do not read anything about this case. Do not do any outside research, and don't discuss it with anybody, okay? Have a good evening. We'll see you in the morning, okay? Thank you.
Is that one of the what you claim is one of the defamatory statements sent by Mr. Waldman?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hurd, you're not aware of any career opportunities that you lost as a result of Mr. Waldman's statements, are you?
Well, it's kind of hard to point to the jobs you're not offered, to the gigs you don't get.
You were not replaced in Aquaman 2, were you?
They released me from my contract, and I fought to stay in it, and they kept me in it. I just don't know how much I'm in, actually, of the final cut.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal actually extended your contract in April of 2020. Is that correct?
In part. They extended it and held me.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal extended your contract again in November of 2021, correct?
Not exactly. They extended it because they couldn't use me or any of the materials for me.
And that extension was for 20 months, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, you testified yesterday how Mr. Waldman's statements, quote, torture you every day. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
And then, and that you look at them every day.
I look at the online attacks, the media. You can't avoid it, to be honest, that those statements are often attached to. I don't look at his statements every day.
And you testified that you just want to move on with your life, right?
I do very much want to move on with my life.
But you've gone out of your way to engage with Mr. Waldman on social media, haven't you?
I have made a comment, I believe, once. I would not characterize that as engaging with him.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1266.
It's right there. Your microphone. Yeah.
Your microphone.
I don't have this yet, so I'm asking for it to
right
be
there.
given to
Okay.
me before.
It's a photograph.
I think it's just a.
This is your tweet, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish this tweet.
I would object to relevance.
The objection, I'm sorry, what was the objection?
I'm sorry, relevance?
All right, I'll overrule the objection. 881C in evidence. Is that right?
Can we please have it published to the jury?
I'm sorry, 1266. I apologize.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is from March 26, 2021, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And this is after he made the statements you claim are defamatory, right, Ms. Heard?
21, yes.
Ms. Heard, you tweeted at Adam Waldman, quote, "Yes, Mr. Waldman, I may be wearing makeup on this occasion, but on every occasion you will still be short." Did I read that right?
Yes.
We can put this down. Thank you. Ms. Heard, since your relationship with Mr. Depp ended, you have completed your level 3 sommelier training, haven't you?
I haven't completed it yet. I
You're
just
on level
stopped.
2?
No, I'm on level 3.
You also have had a baby, right?
I have.
And you enjoy being a mother?
More than anything.
You still love to cook?
I do.
And you love to hike?
I've taken a break on hiking for a minute.
You have friends, right?
I do have friends.
And you spend time with those friends?
Occasionally, when I can.
And you exercise regularly?
Every day.
You just filmed a movie in March of 2022, isn't that right?
Yes, the one I just shot in Guatemala that I spoke of earlier.
And you have you had a major role in a major film that's scheduled to be released soon. Is that correct? Aquaman 2?
As I said, I don't know if I will even be in the final cut or how much I will be. It was difficult to stay in the movie.
You struck Mr. Depp multiple times during your relationship, didn't you, Ms. Heard?
There were many times I had to use my body to defend myself, and that included swinging wherever I could. If it meant I could get away, absolutely. If it meant a difference between a sore face and a broken nose.
Yeah, just complete arrogance. And she is very stuck up, completely arrogant, and like she had to use her body to defend herself and fight back. I mean, she said she couldn't, and then she said she did, and then this kind of stuff occurs. So it's just another example about how she's really just making up, in my opinion, these things that never occurred. And like having this boxing match with him, and like she was the hero of the story, then she had to go and fight him head on. It's just really ridiculous, in my opinion. Exactly, chat.
Nose? You bet I would.
That's your testimony under oath that you never struck Mr. Depp as the initial aggressor?
Well, he was holding me against the wall by my neck. You know, I might be the first person to have been the first one to slap, which happened in Australia, you know, and he was choking me. But I wouldn't say I was the initial aggressor in that situation.
You got physical with Mr. Depp often during your relationship, didn't you?
I had to defend myself as best I could. Didn't seem to make much of a difference.
You just couldn't control yourself, could you, Ms. Heard?
I tried to defend myself when I could, but it was after years of not defending myself.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 356? And, Your Honor, portions of the exhibit were entered into evidence yesterday, but we moved to admit the entire recording.
All right,
and I can confirm that there's no other voices besides Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's. And I intend to play from 1:29:27 to 1:30:07.
So I have 356A in evidence. Is any objection to the entire 356 coming into evidence?
If I may.
Okay,
Hold on just for
sure.
a moment, Your Honor. I have to check on something. Which one? Which one is the one that has? Can you do the excerpt for now, and we'll double check our notes on that, because there was one that had something in that couldn't go, and I just can't find my notes on that.
We'll just call it 356B for now.
That's fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
Could you just give me the times again?
Yes, of course. 12927 to 13007.
All right, and I'm just told that we already have a B, so you have to do 356C.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. Promise you. I'm not gonna throw around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I leave you. Unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to, and me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it, you know? And I think, honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Ms. Hurd, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, correct?
That's correct.
And you told Mr. Depp, quote, "I can't promise you that I won't get physical," end quote, correct?
That's correct. He was accusing me of instigating something in a situation I explained yesterday.
And you also told Mr. Depp that sometimes you get so mad you lose it, correct?
That's correct. I also explained the context of that fight yesterday.
Isn't that exactly what you told Ben King on your way back from Australia? That you get so mad you lose it?
Absolutely not. I know that that's what Ben King testified to, but I never had that conversation with Ben King.
If we could please play.
In the meantime, I'm sorry. I checked, and I have no objection to the entirety of 356 coming in.
So 356 in its entirety will be in evidence. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please play from what's now been admitted, Plaintiff's Exhibit 356 in its entirety from 705 to 743.
I'm not gonna be in a physical fucking altercation with you.
Then don't.
You fucking hit me last night. You fucking...
What about all the other times you split? Come on, you cannot act like that. It's about that. It's not.
Well, on a plane I can't split.
No, and you hit back. So don't act like you don't fucking participate.
I pushed you.
I'm not going to get into the details of that fight. You and I both know that you split when there is no physical violence involved. And that you do it like at the very beginning of fights these days. And if you split and you go into a different room and you don't actually leave that house, it does nothing but perpetuate the fight. And you don't actually do it respectfully. You don't.
Ms. Hurd, is that you and Mr. Depp on this recording?
Yes, it is.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343? And I believe that one's been admitted already into evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And just for the record, we're playing from 24601 to 24720.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just
And
happened.
I lied.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing. And
You figured it out.
And you said, no, fucking, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
didn't
watched
punch
you lie. And then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights. You've been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You
fist.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
You
Johnny.
started physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had to get
Because-
the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You're admirable.
That's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right, Ms. Hurd?
That's correct.
And you said you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yeah, I had to hit his body to get
Ms.
him out
Hurd,
of the door.
my question was, you said on that recording that you hit Mr. Depp. right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you accused him of being a baby for not wanting to be in a physical fight with you, right?
Incorrect. I accused him of being a baby for complaining about me hitting him when he was trying to get through the door. I was trying to barricade.
Right. Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 368? And again, Your Honor, this is a recording of just Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. I'm going to move for the entire exhibit to be moved into evidence.
All right, any objection to 368?
I don't think so, no, Your Honor.
All right, no objection. 368 in evidence in its entirety.
It's a shitty law. Anyway, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. After a few times I opened, and you just kept going. You just kept going. I tried to close the door 3 times. Please, just don't. And then wait, and then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. And I didn't mean to do that. And I bent down, and you either pushed or you kicked. I think you kicked the door open. The door, more open, so that it would hit me. And it hit me.
I didn't mean to. I didn't know that.
It hit me in the fucking head.
But I did not mean to do that. I don't know what you're talking
I was
about.
bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick a door or push a door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear. That was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes, I reacted, but the door thing, I remember, I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. I might have done it on accident.
Okay.
But
so let's say that was an accident. I then stood up. I don't even know if I said, I might have said like, what the fuck, whatever, because I'd just been hit in the head with the fucking corner of the door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then you fucking clocked me.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor...
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted, and I'm sorry. It's below me.
Your foot? That was why you punched me?
Yeah. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I...
Again, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp was hiding from you in the bathroom. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
Incorrect.
Well, Mr. Depp said on that recording, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. Doesn't he?
I don't know if he said that, and I didn't hear that.
And Mr. Depp said, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. He says that, doesn't he?
Correct.
And then you kicked the bathroom door into his head, didn't you?
No, I didn't. And
then you punched him in the jaw.
Defended myself in that audio. You can hear it for yourself.
Right. And then you punched him in the jaw.
I also did not do that. I tried to make that clear on the audio tape too, in futility.
So Mr. Depp said, you meant to punch me in the jaw, right?
Are you asking me what he said on the recording? Yes, he said that.
And then you respond, I meant to hit you, didn't you?
As I explained yesterday, I was trying to get him off the door.
And you said, I remember, I did mean to hit you.
Meaning the door. The door was on my feet. I reacted instinctively to that.
Yeah, you've heard this audio before, haven't you, Miss Heard?
Yeah, we've already had this trial before.
Yeah, it was played for you when you were deposed in 2016 in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
That's one of the times I've heard it, yes.
Okay. So you've had plenty of time to think about how to respond to this recording, haven't you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, let's take a look at how you responded to it the first time. Can we please pull up what will be marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 1261?
the next thing that I'm going to play to
Your Honor?
you
Okay.
as Hugh.
All right.
Another new.
Oh, if you want to come.
I'm going to read it into the record and then I'll hand this to you. So, I will. So, Your Honor, for reference, and I will provide a copy of the deposition, Ms. Heard's deposition in the divorce. It's page 372, lines starting at line 5 through 377, line 12.
All right. I think.
Okay. Yes. Copy of the deposition.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with permission, may we please play?
If we just get to that page, make sure everybody's at the. Oh, could you say the page number again,
Yes,
please?
absolutely. Start off, may I have a page?
Page 372, lines 5 to 377, line 1 is what. Play to you. Punch it. Right. Let's click on Your Honor, maybe we stop that. And they can do they can do it through reading the deposition, Your Honor. They don't need to do that. I asked them to take it off the screen.
Could you take it off the screen, please? Okay. That's fine.
Thank you.
I have no objection.
Can we please start it over?
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as Hugh. Would you listen to this, please? This is punching. It's one of the ones that says punching. Let's keep on.
Anyway, the bathroom door, knocked on it. I mean, we just got open.
There's the desk.
You just kept going. You just kept going. Kept going. I tried to close the door 3 times. You know, please, just come up, you know, and then wait, and then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess stretched your toes. I didn't do that. I bent down. You like to push me, kick the door open. I mean, say put the door, get more open. So
I did not mean to. But I did not mean to do that.
I was bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to her. I did not kick at the door or push the door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear. I mean, that did not. It was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes. Okay. So you told him in that excerpt that you hit him with the door but did not intend to hit him, correct? Did you say that?
I said whatever I said in that recording. I don't. When you play it for me, it's hard for me to remember every single.
And that's a recording marked as exhibit the punching.
Q that we just played.
Q. Would you continue to listen to exhibit Q?
Mm-hmm. Are these from the same day?
I reacted that this whole the door thing. I never did that. That was on purpose. I might have done it on accident.
Okay. But let's say that was an accident. I then stood up. I don't even know if I said. I might have said, "What the fuck?" You know, whatever. I just been hitting the head with the fucking corner of the door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then you played the clock.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing.
That's exactly what I just told her.
And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You don't need to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember I did mean to hit you.
For that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no.
But punching me in the jaw.
Okay, I'm sorry. So on the tape, you tell Johnny Depp that you did mean to hit him.
And it also misrepresents what actually happened, which is him trying to get into a room I'm trying to keep him out of. And then he runs the door over my toes, trying to get into the room. I tried to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched, it always referred to it in these ways of punching or clocked or whatever. And whether you discussed it with him or not, the last thing you do in talking to him afterwards or trying to reconcile with him is to get into what the definition of those words mean to him. I never even addressed it. If he was ever pushed, it was a cold. He called it a cold clock. I mean, it's just very dramatic.
Isn't it true?
You're smiling as that audio recording is being played in your deposition, aren't you, Ms. Heard?
Not smiling because of the audio. I'm smiling because of what's happening around me.
You even roll your eyes at one point, don't you?
I was sitting opposite a whole table full of lawyers who were snickering, laughing, and rolling their eyes at me while I was talking.
Is there something amusing about kicking a door into your husband's head?
No, I was rolling my eyes and commenting on what I was experiencing at that time in recounting the story.
Is there something amusing to you about punching your husband in the jaw?
That is not what I was smiling about, and no, I do not think it's amusing.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that all you want to do is move on. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, your exact words were, quote, "I just want him to leave me alone. I want to move on with my life, and he won't let me." Do you remember that?
Yes, that is correct.
But that's not true, is it, Ms. Heard?
It is very true.
You just haven't been able to move on with your life, have you? From Mr. Depp.
I'm here, aren't I?
In fact, on October 11th, 2018, you actually commenced an arbitration action against Mr. Depp for defamation, didn't you?
I don't recall that, no.
Your Honor, may I approach? And Ms. Heard, if you could please read to yourself the first page of Exhibit 219.
All right.
And if you can also read to yourself the second page of Exhibit 219. Yes. And if you can scroll down, Tom, again, Ms. Heard, just to look at that page. And then scroll down to the next page, please. And the next page. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. Heard, that you did, in fact, in October of 2018, 2 months before you published the op-ed in this case, that's the subject of this case, you initiated an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation?
It's not my understanding I initiated an arbitration. It's my understanding that our lawyers sent a letter to his lawyers after he called me a liar again, effectively, in an interview.
And that's 2 months before your op-ed that was published in December of 2018, right?
That is correct.
And that's 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this case against you, correct?
That's correct.
So you fired the first shot, not Mr. Depp.
I disagree. We sent a letter.
Thank you. Ms. Heard, isn't it true that you once filled out a customs form falsely so that you could get...
May we approach? Okay.
Ignite the fire.
courthouse after obtaining the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, you walked out to, quote, a sea of paparazzi and cameras, right?
That's correct.
You testified that you were surprised to see the sea of cameras.
That's correct.
Because it was quiet when you went into the courthouse that morning.
And the divorce had remained under the radar up to that point.
You testified that no one knew about your divorce, so you thought it was going to stay that way, right?
No, I always figured it would come out. I just was trying to buy time.
You knew the media had been alerted that you were filing for divorce, right, Ms. Heard?
No, I just knew that it was impossible to do that privately, so you could just hope it was a matter of time.
You knew they were going to be there, didn't you?
No, I did not. I mean, I
publicist-
assume since it's a public building that there is that likelihood, or not likelihood, but possibility. But I was shocked.
Your publicist, Jody Gottlieb, was there at the courthouse with you, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
So you anticipated that you might need your publicist?
I thought the filing might make, well, I was told the filing was public, that it would be impossible. There's no way for you to do a private filing. And then the second that I filed for the TRO, it would be public news. I didn't expect all these photographers and cameras to show up at the courthouse in real time, but they did.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280, which is a clip from your divorce deposition, and you have at page, if I can alert you, you have the transcript there, page 74, lines 22.
You said
through
874?
74.
74.
Line 22 through 75, line 13.
I'm sorry, just 72 line.
74, line 22 through 75, line 13.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay. Exhibit 1280.
Is responsible.
Ms. Heard, did you send a text message to Jerry Judge on May 24, 2016, telling Jerry Judge, quote, "I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny. It's extremely important. Please tell him."
I remember sending the text message that is in front of me right now to Jerry, and I remember sending this because I wanted to tell Johnny, or have him told by Jerry or someone who knew him or was close to him. Basically, I didn't want him to find out online that I had or was about to file, or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me, or coming from Jerry, from me, so that he finds out about the divorce filing, or my intention to do so, from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
You slipped up there, didn't you, Ms. Heard? You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence restraining order, didn't you?
I disagree. That's not what I'm talking about.
TMZ is the same outlet that you released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition was taken, wasn't it?
I didn't do that. I don't know
TMZ
how
owns
to do
the
that.
copyright to that video now, doesn't it?
I have no idea what TMZ
Did they
owns.
pay you for that?
I never got paid for it because I had nothing to do with that.
So TMZ was just lucky in getting the inside scoop to your divorce from Mr. Depp, huh?
Scared. I have no idea. It is not, that's not my area of expertise. I wouldn't even know how to do that. And also, what does that get me? If I wanted to leak things about Johnny, I could have done that in a much more successful way, in a bigger way, for years.
Not
and
when
years.
you were extorting him for $7 million.
I got a fraction of what I was entitled to in the state of California, by the way.
Right.
What extortion?
Tassa Van Reeves, your ex-wife, right?
That's right. She's my ex-partner.
She's the one that you told this jury Mr. Depp was jealous of, right?
Yeah, well, that was a 2013 fight around March, yes.
You testified that he tried to burn one of her paintings, right?
That's correct.
You testified he tried to burn one of your favorite paintings that she did, right?
I don't know if it was one of my favorites.
You committed domestic violence against Miss Van Reed during your relationship, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You assaulted her at a Seattle airport in 2009, didn't you?
No, I did not.
And people saw that.
That's not true.
And it was covered in the press. Isn't that true?
It was planted in the press by Johnny's team 2 days after I got the TRO. Not coincidentally.
Can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1279?
Your Honor, may we approach?
That's fine.
And it says, our Cocker Spaniel had red flag on his chart, and vet's assistant threw muzzle at Frank soon as she saw Brandon. Scared. Yeah, now, you see, Amber was caught red-handed there with a TMZ thing. See, that's why she's being inconsistent, because what she's saying is not really completely accurate. Timu lies from Sheen. Yeah, completely seeing, scared. Complete nonsense. Absolutely complete nonsense, indeed.
We could please have that article displayed for the witness. This is an article from 2 years ago, correct, Ms. Heard?
I don't know when this
May
was.
of 2020?
That's not when it came out, no.
Can you please just hear me out? No.
This story started getting planted after I got a TRO, after I got a restraining order against Johnny.
The headline says, Amber Heard
Objection,
allegedly
Your Honor.
struck.
Objection, Your Honor. I think Your Honor ruled she can't say that.
If you want to approach again.
The title reads, Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend at the airport, doesn't it?
Yes, and that's not true.
May we approach?
Okay.
Scared.
So the article, the title is Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend.
She's already.
No, overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you. If I may start over. Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend Tassa Van Ree at the airport in 2009. Did I read that right?
Yes, this is another example of the smear campaign.
So Mr. Depp is not the only domestic partner you've assaulted, is he, Ms. Heard?
I've never assaulted Mr. Depp or anyone else that I've been romantically linked to, ever.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination. I'm sorry, redirect.
Ms. Heard, did Ms. Van Ray come out after that article came in and make a public statement it was false?
Of course.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor, I should be at least be
overruled.
Thank you.
Of course she did.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the TMZ alerted. Explain to the jury what you meant by the TMZ was alerted.
So when you make these kind of filings, meaning divorce, marriage, things like that, they are public record. And so when we filed for divorce, when I filed for divorce, I asked my team to file in the most discreet.
But did not intend to hit him, correct? Did you say that?
I said whatever I said in that recording. I don't. When you play it for me, it's hard for me to remember every single.
And that's a recording marked as exhibit the punch key.
Q that we just played.
Q. Would you continue to listen to exhibit Q?
Are these from the same day?
I reacted, but this whole the door thing, I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. I might have done it on accident.
Okay. So let's say that was an accident. I then stood up. I don't even know if I said, I might have said, like, what the fuck, you know, whatever. I just been hit in the head with the fucking corner of the door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then you felt the clock.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing. That's exactly what I just told her. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You don't need to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember, I did mean to hit you.
For that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no,
But punching me in the jaw.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So on the tape, you tell Johnny Depp that you did mean to hit him.
And it also misrepresents what actually happened, which is him trying to get into a room I'm trying to keep him out of. And then he runs the door over my toes, trying to get into the room. I tried to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched, it always referred to it in these ways of punching or clocked or whatever. And whether you discussed it with him or not, the last thing you do in talking to him afterwards or trying to reconcile with him is to get into what the definition of those words mean to him. I never even addressed it. If he was ever pushed, it was a cold. He called it a cold clock. I mean, it's just very dramatic.
Isn't it true?
To capture it, did that even... When we filed for divorce, when I filed for divorce, I asked my team to file in the most discreet way, literally to put it under a stack of papers and file it.
Objection, Your Honor. I think Your Honor ruled she can't say that.
If you want to approach again.
Yes, and that's not true.
May we approach?
Okay.
Allegedly struck 2009. Did I read that right?
Yes, this is another example.
No further.
A public statement it was false?
Of course you did.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor, I should be at least be
overruled.
Thank you.
Of course she did.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the TMZ alerted. Explain to the jury what you meant by the TMZ was alerted.
So when you make these kind of filings, meaning divorce, marriage, things like that, they are public record. And so when we filed for divorce, when I filed for divorce, I asked my team to file in the most discreet way, literally to put it under a stack of papers and file it at the end of day, so kind of had more of a shot of being missed by the paparazzi and by TMZ and those sorts of publicity outlets. I believe that we had been remarkably lucky following the divorce, that it wasn't picked up, and that it gave me a precious few days of peace at that really fragile time. When I found out that they were going to run the story or that they had the information, I was trying to get a hold of Johnny to clarify that I did not do this in a punitive way. I didn't want him to be mad at me. I didn't want him to find out in that sort of context online.
And who had connections to TMZ?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know?
I do know. Johnny and I spoke about it.
Your Honor, calls for speculation.
The objection.
Did Mr. Depp tell you about who had connections with TMZ?
Yes, we talked about it. His lawyer, Laura Wasser.
Okay. Now, I'm going to start at the verification process in July, correct?
That was
objection leading.
First one.
Sustained.
Okay. Kissed me again, held me. I cried, he cried, and then we had a short exchange, and he put a note in my pocket that said, "I'll love you dead or alive."
Can Defendants Exhibit 1581L? I'm sorry? Oh.
Detective G, good eyes and ears about that being somebody from Monica's defense. That was a good ear. Yeah. And Elaine telling her Temu cringe farces is absolutely insane. It's everyone out to get Amber. That's the whole world of humans walking around, but you are the person they all want to get for no reason. Gee, oh no, Waffle House rocks. The potatoes are covered in cheese diced with tomatoes and diced onions. So yummy, yellow. Yes, that's true, Anna.
Could you tell the jury what the coaster was that he slipped into your pocket, what it said?
It said, "I love you forever, my Slim, dead or alive."
And what, if anything, did it have in addition?
His new phone number.
Okay. And to be, just so we're clear, on how many occasions in that second mediation did Mr. Depp look you in the eye?
Many.
Okay. And when Ms. Vasquez asked you if you knew why Mr. Depp couldn't or wouldn't look you in the eye here or in the UK, you said, yes, you know. Why? Please tell the jury why.
Because he's guilty. Because he knows he's lying. Otherwise, why can't he look at me? I survived. I survived that man, and I'm here, and I'm able to look at him.
Thank you. You were asked about a bruise that was on your arm from March 15, 2013. Do you recall how long before the picture you had sustained that bruise?
I do.
How long?
2 weeks.
You were asked a number of times by Ms. Vasquez if you took pictures from your incidents earlier in the relationship.
Yes.
Why didn't you?
It was something I started doing only kind of incidentally. You know, I was commenting to my best friend. I was looking for support from my mom, things like that.
there was, I'm ashamed to say, never a thought that this would happen. I mean, not until December, and my best friend taking pictures of me to capture it. That wasn't even a thing.
It has been suggested by Ms. Vasquez to you in your questions that you didn't tell anyone about the abuse until the TRO. Is that true?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
All right. What if any? All right. Who did you tell about the abuse during the time it was happening?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
That's not offered to.
And hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's prior consistent statements.
It's leading. It's sustained. Next question.
Okay. What, if anything, did you tell to anyone about the abuse?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain.
Your Honor, may I approach?
That's fine.
The cooktop is cooked. Sayonara, stove.
Don't worry. Be warranty.
Ms. Heard, how many people have you shared the fact of abuse prior to 2015?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
How
Calls
many?
for hearsay.
How many?
Overruled that one.
Roughly about 10.
Can you name them?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I think she can. It's not offered. It's just to show that she informed people before. Their suggestions.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach? This is, again, an approach.
You were asked whether you had consulted a medical doctor about any problems with your nose, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated that you, in fact, had after the divorce.
Objection,
correct?
leading.
Did you or did you not consult an ENT after the divorce?
Objection, leading.
Did you produce medical records to the defendants relating to this?
Objection, leading. Calls.
Right. I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
Leading. Next question.
Your Honor, if we could, witness could be instructed not to answer until I've lodged my objection.
Wait for the objection, please.
Could we bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1077?
1077.
Do you recognize this document?
My screen is black. Oh, sorry. Wait.
Yes, I do.
And could you tell us what it is?
That's the what my ENT, the ears, nose, and throat doctor, told me was
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
All right, when there's objection, please stop talking. Thank you. All right, I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay.
Okay. What, if any, you were asked if you had, it was suggested that you had not produced this in discovery. Is that true or false?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Your Honor, she absolutely did that.
It's leading. It's leading question, though. I'll sustain the objection as to leading.
What, if anything, did you do to produce medical records to the defendant, to the plaintiff in this case?
I turned over all of my devices, and they had Johnny's team had a third party or someone they selected as a third party go and pull all relevant documents from those devices, which I handed over.
Do you know how many were handed over?
Hundreds of thousands, I believe. Maybe.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
Okay. All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And what, if anything, did you produce to the plaintiff in connection with your consultation with an ENT specialist relating to your nose?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Foundation, hearsay.
What, if anything, that is not the cure-all? It's sustained.
When did you see an ENT specialist?
2017 or 2016 or 17.
And as a result of that consultation, what did you learn about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'm not asking her to tell what they said.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, production did you make to the plaintiffs of your medical records with the ENT?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
If you only have foundation.
Do you know whether the medical records from your EMT were produced in discovery?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
I'm asking.
Overruled if she knows.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall? I'm trying. What, if anything, did the medical records reflect about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Do you have injuries to your nose?
Yes.
Please describe those to the jury.
I have a bunch of scar
tissue.
tissue.
I'm going to object to the extent it calls for hearsay and lack of foundation.
Overruled.
An improper expert opinion.
Well,
she can certainly testify too.
We'll see where it goes. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a significant amount of scar tissue in my nose.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, difficulty do you have breathing?
Objection, leading.
What, if anything? And that does cure on
No, it doesn't. But I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you. Do you remember the question?
I have a significant amount of trouble breathing at night, and I've been putting off having surgery for it.
Okay. Now, you were asked about December 15, 2015, and Ms. Vasquez suggested that you did not report the abuse or the injuries to Aaron Falati. Do you recall that question?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Your Honor, I'm entitled to go into what Ms. Vasquez asked.
The objection is leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you report, what, if anything, did you report to Aaron Falati about the abuse you sustained on 12/15/2015?
Objection, leading and hearsay.
Approach.
when we hit that first.
Let's jump to East Asia for a moment. And we saw a number of pictures from the backless dress. What, if any, motivation would you have to claim that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back, knowing you had a backless dress?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading
I think I can bring
calls
that
for
out.
speculation.
It's still leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Why did you say that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back in East Asia?
In the closet of the hotel room in Tokyo, I said that because it happened to me. And it would have been much more convenient if I was making it up to not include that detail, knowing I had a backless dress and I walked a press line and got photographed.
Now, we've heard testimony about Mr. Depp making a total of $65 million in 2015 and 2016 from his experts.
Objection, Your Honor.
Why
leading
I haven't asked the
hearsay?
question.
I mean,
why did you not ask for $32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Your Honor, leading.
I said, why did you not ask?
Irrelevant.
I'll sustain the objection. Sustain the objection to leading. Next question.
Why can I just ask? Why did you not ask for $32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Because I didn't want
Asked and answered. Relevance.
Oh, overruled. Go.
Because I didn't want it. I realized that that's what I was entitled to, but I didn't want it. That simple.
The tape recording that was played that has you laughing quite a bit, can you tell the jury what the context of that particular tape recording was?
I don't really recall a whole lot about what was going on. I know we had been fighting kind of ad nauseum and in this sort of loop, if you will, and I'm doing my best to not show my pain. That's what I was trying to do. Was trying to be tough, not show what kind of pain I was in.
Okay. Now, Ms. Vasquez asked you about how you got your role in Aquaman. Could you please describe to the jury how you got your role in Aquaman?
I auditioned, not Johnny. I auditioned. I worked really hard, and I went to where we were filming the first movie, Justice League. I went, I think, 5.5 months early before filming commenced when I heard that they wanted to fire me, and so I put myself in the job.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustain.
Alright, so not that we know, we just, I guess from social media, maybe people at my daughter's job talked about it, who knows. And if she's changed lately, we were discussing her with my daughter today, and she said Mom turned her life around and seems to be thriving now. She did not ask any questions where I was like, wow, that's a great question. Oh, okay. Yeah, she does need a lot of lawyering, and yes, okay, it's okay, yeah. The Johnny Depp trial is fun, but not everybody's like into the trial stuff, but I'm glad that you like the Johnny Depp one. You may be right, Anna, who knows, sweets. I'm just saying it's amazing how we brought her up into this. She's very bad lawyering. This is one of the announcing things, like, I'm trying. You can't say that, yeah. I don't know, either she wasn't trying or she is just not the best type, yeah. Alright. And... Okay, so we are going to be wrapping the stream up, and we'll continue tomorrow on things that we were doing tonight. We'll continue on that. And she said she's very trouble breathing at night. Johnny's fault. Maybe lay down off drugs. Yeah, definitely, because everything's Johnny's fault. Like, it's his fault for everything. But she's not taking any personal accountability for her actions. Me too, G. I can't believe Burke had so much prestige because I didn't see the team trial. Telling the judge I am entitled. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Very different. You see a different psychology. It's a great study of psychology, seeing how different people, these different characters act, how the attorney acts. Yeah, very unprofessional. That's a right, G. Very unprofessional. And I think it is absolutely absurd how the improper way they act. And sometimes you see a good one. You don't know the good ones if you don't see the bad ones. So it's a good yin-yang. All right, everybody. Now, that'll be it for now. And tomorrow we're going to continue and pick up on the rest of that. And hope everybody has a good night. Thank you all for coming. And peace.